Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining News Derby, the live program. June 10 आज बुधवार है. स्टूडियो ਦੇ ਘੜੀਆਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ Pacific Standard Time 9 o'clock in the morning ਔਰ ਈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ 12 o'clock afternoon ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਰਾਤ ਦੇ 9:30 ਵੱਜ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ 9:32 ਔਰ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 9:02 ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ. ਖਬਰਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅੱਜ ਦੀਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਣ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਸਟ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਟਰੰਪ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਥ੍ਰੈਟਨਸ ਇਰਾਨ. ਟਰੰਪ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਥ੍ਰੈਟਨਸ ਇਰਾਨ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਹੋਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਬੰਬਾਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. ਅੱਜ there's going to be more attacks. That's what Trump said just few minutes ago. Oval Office ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ. ਇੱਕ ਸਿਕਿਉਰ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਐਕਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਅਨਾਉਂਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ. ਉਸ ਸਿਕਿਉਰ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਐਕਟ ਦੇ ਉਸ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਟੈਕਸ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਪਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ. ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ he posted a message and now he is confirming that there's going to be more strikes on Iran today. This was the message which he posted just few hours ago. And in this one, he clearly mentioned that Iran's military is a complete and total mess. Much of it, like their Navy and Air Force, doesn't even exist anymore. They have been completely defeated. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead. They have taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. Now they will have to pay the price. That's what Donald Trump said just few hours ago. Now they will have to pay the price. So this was the question which was asked by some of the journalists in the Oval Office just few minutes ago. I'm going to play that and you will come to know what actually has happened. US and Iran war is escalating. Just give me one more minute and let me just post it. And we're going to talk about Belfast as well. How was the morning of Belfast look like? And also, there is a very sad, I should say bad news, that the victim of the Belfast latest attack is in coma. He has lost his left eye in that attack. And right now, let me just give you some update on that. He's having injuries to his neck, his back. He's still in coma. And he has lost his left eye, that is for sure. That's what doctor has said. The suspect, Hadi Alodid, he's in custody right now for 4 weeks. He's charged with attempted murder, threats to kill, and National Health Services radiographer, and the possession of a knife. So let's see how the thing's going to go in Belfast in UK. But first, we're going to focus on what is happening in Iran. Let me just post it and then we can go ahead. And this is very important information which I'm sharing with you. Donald Trump just confirmed that there's going to be more strikes today as well on Iran. And my humble request to you to kindly like, share, and subscribe News Derby. And here you go. That's what Donald Trump has said. That's what Donald Trump has said few minutes ago in White House, in the Oval Office, while signing the Secure America Act. What is Secure America Act? I'm going to share that with you as well. But first, let's listen from the horse's mouth, that is US President Donald Trump, what he has said about the mission which is going on in Middle East by the United States.
There was too much heat on him. The only reason he got approved, he had all the votes he needed, probably to be first place. But the only reason they approved Steve Hill, it was going to be 2 weeks. They said it. And then they approved him that night because the heat was on them, because they're cheating dogs. And you can't have a great country when that happens. That's why Los Angeles, that's why that state is in such trouble. It's the most beautiful place, best weather, maybe anywhere in the world, but it's in big trouble. So we're going to have a tremendous success. The people alongside of me are amazing people. They're amazing people. Every one of them. I know every one of them. They're amazing people. They love the country. They want to do right for the country. And if you have any questions, please, let's go.
Mr. President,
This is the first question.
This morning about Iran, you said that they've taken too long to get to a deal, and I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that
Attacking them very hard.
you're resuming bombing.
Yeah, well, we are based on the helicopter. I guess we have the right to do that. You know, they shot down a very incredible, actually an incredible machine. And at first they said they didn't do it. Then they admitted they did. It's sort of easy because we have the bomb. We actually have the bomb. Got very lucky that bomb didn't explode. That bomb was lodged in the helicopter. It didn't explode. It was on fire, but it didn't explode. Those two guys, they knew how to fly, but they got very lucky. And then we had the unmanned boat going very, very fast at speeds that you wouldn't want to go. That's why it's unmanned, I guess, because nobody can go in that. But they rescued. So both people are, fortunately, the pilots are okay. Now, look, I've been working with Iran for a number of months, and they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, it totally prohibits them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And it was just tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing. So they then shot at our helicopter. Very expensive helicopter, by the way, but much more importantly, the two men, fortunately, they're okay. But an amazing rescue. If you ever get a clip, you won't believe the rescue, how cool it was. The equipment we have. Look, we have the strongest military in the world. And I gave them a break at the request of Pakistan. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan are great. We stopped them from going to war with India. You would have had a nuclear war if it wasn't for me. But they became friendly to me, very friendly, and they're close to Iran, and they worked. And they still are working on trying them to do what's right. But we want a deal that's meaningful. We want a deal that works. We don't want to just have a Barack Hussein Obama deal, JCPOA, the worst deal. That was a path to a nuclear. It's the exact opposite. You know, I like on television, they say, oh, they should have kept that deal. First of all, it was over. It was a short-term deal. But that deal was a path to a nuclear weapon. This is a path against a nuclear. You can't have a nuclear weapon. His was a path to a nuclear weapon. They were developing during his administration nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, there'd be no Israel, there'd be no Middle East, and they would have absolutely shot at us. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them hard yesterday, and we're going to hit them again hard today, in case you don't turn on your television set. And we'll see what happens with the deal. We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because you know what? They dealt with some very stupid presidents. I have to say that. I'm embarrassed to say. Some very stupid people were sitting here. Yeah.
Mr. President, you mentioned the Senate race in Maine. Are you all in supporting Susan Collins? Does she have your full support and endorsement in her Senate reelection?
Because she's a sane woman. She's not my best friend at all. These guys are. I get along well, but I have some, but she's a sane person. And she's a person that never missed a vote in many years. I mean, she's like had 10,000 votes. She had 10,000 votes. She never missed a vote. Unfortunately, because sometimes she voted against me. You know, look, she's a sane woman, and she's a respected person. Maybe a little different ideology than me, but this guy is a thug. He's a fake thug. He's a phony. I made a lot of money picking out phonies. He's a real phony. He's bad. He's a bad person.
Mr. President, are you going to go back to attack, or are you thinking of attacking Iranian power plants and bridges? As you've
Well, I'm not
threatened
going to
before?
say that to you, but I can do that. Look, I could knock out. We have the most powerful. I built the military with these people approving it. They approved numbers that nobody would have ever thought would have been. But we built it. We gave a lot to Ukraine through Biden. He gave a lot of money, a lot. But we're in great shape. We have a lot of storage capacity, but he gave a lot. And if you look at, you know, what's happened, when I left, our cupboards were full. He gave it. Now I sell it to the European Union, and they give it to Ukraine for the most part. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, and sometimes you'll have to use it. And we have to remember, and when people hear this, Iran very simply cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't. And they've agreed to that. All they have to do is they have to start signing a paper. It's fully negotiated. We have a fully negotiated, but they're tapping and tapping. And I say, all right, let's give them a couple of more days. They're tapping because it's a meaningful paper. They know when they sign that paper, it's meaningful. The Obama deal, JCPOA, one of the worst, one of the dumbest documents I've ever seen. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. When are you meeting with tech executives about the government taking stake in AI companies, and what could this partnership look like?
About AI? Well, I can say this. We're having a meeting with them. It's an amazing industry. It's bigger than any industry anyone's ever seen. We are leading China by a lot. And, you know, whoever leads that is going to really lead the world to a large extent. That's how big it is. And I'm going to have meetings with the top 12 or 15 executives very shortly. And we're talking about giving back something to the public. And if we do that, the public will become very rich, the people in our country, because that's the kind of money we're talking about. And I think they'll do that, and I think it'll make it very popular.
Please.
Thank you, President. I have two questions. First of all, Turkish President Erdogan keeps threatening Israel. Do you think there's a chance of a conflict between Israel and Turkey, and will you sell F-35 to
Well,
Turkey?
you know, he's a very good friend of mine. And we've worked very well together. I like him a lot. I'm not supposed to say that because the press will say, oh, he likes Erdogan. No, he's a hell of a leader and a strong person, a very strong person. I haven't heard that at all. If I did, I'd call him, and I think I'd make sure that things were fine. I don't think that will happen with Turkey, not as long as I'm president, because he respects me and I respect him. But beyond that, we have a good friendship. So, you know, we'll see.
And my second question, that's my second question. Beside peace in the Middle East, what do you wish yourself for your birthday?
For my birthday. Well, I'll go a step bigger. Peace for the world, okay? Peace for the world. Middle East, yes. Peace for the whole world, yeah.
Mr. President, there is a New Jersey Democratic congressional nominee over in the 12th district. His name is Adam Homily. He has a connection to the blind sheikh. And I was wondering if I can get your thoughts on that.
Terrible. Okay? I think it's terrible. I've seen it. I mean, he was more, you know, now he's trying to sort of say, yeah, I sort of knew him. He didn't know him. They were very good friends. And you go back and look at what happened during that period of time. He was a witness at the trial for him. He was a positive witness for him. He said the most glowing things. The guy knocked down the World Trade Center, admitted that he knocked down the World Trade Center. I think it's another one, if you look. I actually think the one in Maine is worse because he's just an outright pig. He's like a pig. I watched him a couple of times. He's like a pig. That's what he reminds me of. You know, I come up with good names for people. I don't want to stick him with that one, although I think pigs would be very upset about it. Go ahead.
Mr. President, July 1st is coming fast. How confident are you
that you'll be able to renew the USMCA, and what more do you expect from Canada at this point?
Well, I'm not looking to renew it. I don't, I mean, I made the deal. And the primary reason I made the deal is that NAFTA was the worst trade deal I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I made it better, but I had the right to terminate. And, with NAFTA, we didn't have the right to terminate. I had to get these senators to approve that deal. That was a tough thing, Congressman too. NAFTA had no termination. So, I mean, I've never said this before, but I'll tell you what my thinking was. NAFTA was a disaster for our country. The worst trade deal ever made, by far. They had typos in, okay? And they were supposed to correct them. And they never corrected them when they were signed. They knew there were typos. And there's a process for that. You state your claim and, you get a change. They had typos on percentages. Or maybe somebody wrote, and that was for years. They never ran, they had horrible, all against us. So it probably wasn't typos. Anyway, NAFTA was the worst trade deal we ever had. USMCA did one thing that I loved. After 6 years, it comes up for renewal. I don't know that I'm going to renew it because, to be honest with you, the United States does much better. Hey, we don't need anything that Canada has. We don't need anything that Mexico has, but they need everything that we have. And they have to treat us better. With Mexico and Canada, we have trade deficits. We should have surpluses with them. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything that they have. So the primary thing that I got, it was a much better deal than NAFTA. Much, much better. It was sort of a good deal, but it was a great deal for one reason. It gave the right to terminate. And who would have thought that I was, they just didn't want to have it during the 4-year period when I was president. So now it made it so that I wouldn't be president. And because they rigged the election, the second election, as you probably hear and probably know, most of you know that happened, and now it's been proven, and it will be proven as time goes by even more so. We have things that you won't believe. When we release the full files, you're not going to believe how crooked the 2020 election was. But who would have thought that it comes due in my term? I mean, this was, thank you very much. So it was very important that we be able to do that. So we're talking to them. We'll see if we do something.
Just before we came in here, you posted about Bill Pulte and that he'd be starting the job early. You said he's going to be downsizing the DNI. Can you talk about your
Yeah,
thinking
people
there?
have wanted that downsize for a long time. And many people don't want it at all. A lot of people thought it was a duplication. Yeah, a lot of people thought it was a duplication. He's done a great job at Fannie Mae. And, you take Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, the value of that has increased so much since I've been in charge. I had the right to sell that. And in my first term, a group came to see me wanting to buy it. And they offered me exactly 10% of what it's worth today. And I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to look foolish when they flipped it a year later for hundreds of billions of dollars more. So I kept it. And I put him in charge as soon as I got here. And he's done an amazing job. Could be worth $1 trillion.
That's a pretty different portfolio, though.
Well, it is, I know. But, smart people are smart people. I always say I'd rather have smart than experience, but experience is good too. I would say this, he's going to be there for a short while we pick somebody else. We're interviewing 5 different people. They're all very good, very different. And we'll put somebody there. But people want it downsized. The senators and the Congress people, I think everybody wants it downsized. And many people, I think, and I won't speak for Todd, but and I'm not sure how Todd feels. But by the way, he's great. I hope you people have given him an easy run because he's very busy. He doesn't need stupid people saying, why didn't you get a higher mark at a certain college? Because he's highly educated. He was a great student. He's great at everything he's done. But how come he got a B+? See, they'll go after him for getting a B+ instead of an A, but the other guy can be a thug and let him run. He's okay. He's fine. The one thing about him, it's great because every time they bring something up, he's worse than anybody that we've ever seen. And I hope the Republicans are going to use him as your standard bearer when they say that, gee, Eric, we don't like the way you dress today. It's unacceptable, right? And then all you have to do is point to this thug that they're trying to put in. So Pretty much that's the way it is. He's going to do a good job. He's going to be there for a very short period of time. He will be superseded and replaced by somebody that's going to have the job permanently. Okay?
What do you think of the president? Democrats saying they'll hold up the
I don't
five
care what they
extension.
say. Democrats. They're not Democrats. They're Democrats. They're dumb people. Yeah.
You need their votes.
Then I guess something's going to happen. No, we can't let them extort us. I told the guys today, we can't let them. They've done it on numerous occasions. I said, we can't. What we're signing today has been amazing, but they tried to extort us. And eventually, and they were losing tremendous support because they're extorting on law and order. And they can't win on law and order. People want law and order. They don't want crime. And that's essentially what they were doing. And ultimately, they could not take the heat. But we can't let them extort.
Mr. President, it starts tomorrow. And
What
the
starts?
World Cup.
Yeah.
Soccer World Cup, football World Cup.
Most successful World Cup they've ever had.
Exactly.
They've never sold tickets at that level. They've never sold that many tickets so quickly. It's amazing because you don't think of soccer. We use the word football, soccer, right? But you don't think of soccer in this country. It's the most successful. I spoke to Johnny this morning. He's fantastic, and he's the boss. He said there's never been anything close to what's happened.
But because of the success, some people are afraid that it's going to be harder and harder to get visas to come from outside. Can you?
Well, we're working on it very closely to make sure the right people come into our country.
Are you going to go to any games?
I will.
Games?
I will.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No,
headwind?
I love it.
for
The
Republicans?
numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history, highest 401ks in history. Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers, which took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of experts, like 25%. And it was worth it. To me, it was worth it not to have a nuclear weapon. And the other thing is that oil would go to $250 a barrel. It's at 85, and which is pretty amazing. And here's the key. We just hit today another stock market high, 74 in my short time here, 74 days we hit stock market all-time historical highs. Nobody can believe it. The Dow, the S&P. S&P was at 7,000. They said in 4 years, maybe 5 years. It will never hit it during the term. It was too much. I hit it in my first year. I hit on the Dow, it was 50,000 was an impossible number. They said 5-6 years out, you'd hit. Well, I hit it in my first year. And now I get everyone in the room and say, congratulations, but now I'm going to take it down a little bit because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And they all agreed with me, Todd, you remember. Everybody agreed. And we took a little journey down to Iran. We first stopped off at Venezuela, by the way. And we have paid for that war many, many times over. And we have great relationships with the people of Venezuela. We get along with them great. It was a great success. It was a one-day war. It was really, to be exact, 48 minutes of fury. And it was over. And Venezuela is doing great. Relationships with the people are great. It's become a happy country, believe it or not. I mean, it's become a happy country. And we're taking out millions of barrels of oil from Venezuela. And then we went to Iran. And essentially we've done the same thing. It doesn't look as pretty, but there's no Navy. 159 ships at the bottom of the sea. There's no Air Force. All of their planes are blown up. Most of their drones are gone. Most of their drone making ability is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. All of their leadership is gone, so they replaced it. All of that leadership is gone, so they replaced it. And that's the people we're dealing with now. And I think they're going to want to make a deal, but we're going to find out.
Inflation to come down between now and
When
November.
the war is over,
Yes.
it's coming down.
I know you can't.
It's going to come down like a rock. And again, we're taking out millions, which I'm just announcing today for the first time. But we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil, millions of barrels. Every night, we took out oil. But now I'm going to tell you because they just figured it out. So now that they figured it out, I can tell you. It was very hard for me. I wanted to say it so badly, but I didn't want to ruin it. But it was very hard. But millions of barrels of oil has come out. And that's why it's at $85, $90 a barrel instead of $250. But we have the greatest military in the world, the toughest military in the world, just the best in every way. Nobody even close. There's no military that's even close. I rebuilt it during my first term. I'm using it now. When this conflict is over, Todd said, please go to conflict, right? As opposed to the word war. He didn't like the word war, but it's sort of a conflict. It's a military operation. When it's over, you will see oil drop to where it was before. We were getting gasoline just before it started. I was in Iowa, and we passed gas stations, $1.85 a gallon. And we'll be back at those levels very soon. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you, guys.
So आज जड़ी press conference है तो खत्म होगी लेकिन nobody asked him question about the attacks which has been made by Iran on US bases in the Middle East. Nobody has asked any question regarding that. I'm surprised. Let me just show you some of the information which is coming from Middle Eastern newspapers or some open sources, intels. So one thing is confirmed that there's going to be more strikes today. And let me just show you some of the strikes from yesterday. One sec. There's the CCTV footage which has been shown by the open source Intel Warfare. And they are showing the movement an Iranian missile drone struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Just one sec, I'm just going to show you. So एक आ इंफॉर्मेशन भी है जिहड़ी ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ आ रही है. It's from the open sources as well. ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਜੋ ਡਰੋਨ ਨੇ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕ ਕੀਤਾ US ਦੀ 5th ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਫਲੀਟ ਨੂੰ ਬਹਿਰੇਨ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. Let me just get some more videos. And there are these footages. Osint warfare. This was last night. There are certain other footages which I'm going to share with you. Just one second. Footage ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, the next footage which I'm going to show you, it is believed to be recorded by the Iranian forces member, and it shows that one of the ballistic missile is targeting Jordan bases. Let me just show you. There's no sound in this. Let's just check. I'll show you another video, which again is showing the same ballistic missile targeting Israel, not Jordan this time, but Israel. Just one sec. ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਤੋਂ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਪੱਤਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਵਾਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਇੱਥੇ let me just share it with you ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ then we're going to go to the Belfast ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਹੈ we are going to discuss that ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ let's listen to that ਔਰ ਉਧਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੇ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ Let me just share it with you. कि Mr. Pierre Poilievre ने की क्या
make life affordable so that Canadians can fill their grocery carts, fill their fridges, fill their stomachs without emptying their bank accounts, where their paychecks go further, where they can pay off their rent and start lives. That's exactly what this Liberal Prime Minister promised. He claimed that he was going to reverse everything that he had said and done in the prior 10 years, that he would reverse everything his party had done. Well, here we are a year and a half later, and it's not that he's the same as Justin Trudeau, it's that he's far worse. The economic situation is far worse today and more costly under Carney than it was under Trudeau. And today we got some terrible news from United Way. Financial anxiety has surged across Canada with a 6-month spike as more people struggle to keep up with basic costs. 2 in 5 people in Canada are struggling to put food on the table. 40% are losing sleep, wondering how they'll stretch their paycheck. The number of people gripped with anxiety when thinking about personal finances has surged 60%, up 5 points in just 6 months. The story behind the data is people having to make difficult choices, losing sleep over bills, increased family stress, struggling to focus on work, or going without food. And I quote from Dan Clement, "This is not a crisis on the horizon," he says. "It is happening now in communities across the country." 38% of Canadians struggle with food insecurity after a year of Carney. And 1 in 5 report that all the food in their home was eaten with no money to buy more. Mr. Carney, do you know what that is like when somebody opens their fridge and finds it's empty and then checks their bank account app and finds that there's no money to buy more food? And then they find out that their local food bank is among the 20% that literally ran out of food. What do you do then? The data reveals, and I'm quoting here, financial stress, but also the speed at which it is intensifying compared to polling data in 2025. The number of people in Canada who report they could cover basic expenses for only 1 month or less before falling into debt increased by 4 points to 46%, almost half of Canadians, Mr. Carney, after a year of your leadership. 34% know someone close to them who has experienced poverty, up 5 points. and it's getting worse. This is the human cost of Mark Carney's liberal recession. There are 20 countries in the group of 20, the G20, 20. 19 of them are not in recession. One is, and that is after 1 year of Mark Carney as Prime Minister. This is consistent with his track record of leaving a trail of tears wherever he goes. He went to the United Kingdom, where he was a disaster. He caused an economic meltdown in that country, caused the housing crisis, caused the worst inflation in the G7. And then, of course, he left to become a corporate power broker, where he took government handouts from working class taxpayers for green scams and then put the money in offshore tax havens, always making others pay for his mistakes. And they are paying. Just 2 days ago, CTV News reported more people living out of carpool lots. As people struggle to make ends meet due to the rising cost of living, some people are now finding refuge in short-term parking lots. They're living in RVs, Mr. Carney, in parking lots at Walmarts and other public places. CTV reporter counted 10 to 20 trailers at one carpool lot because people cannot afford homes. So my message to Mr. Carney is, you've put our country in recession. You're the only leader in the G20 who's done that. You can't blame the rest of the world when the other 19 countries are not in recession. Show up to the House of Commons today. I challenge Mark Carney to debate me on this United Way report on the number of people who cannot afford to eat. Debate me on it today in the House of Commons and tell Canadians what you're going to do to reverse the recession you caused and the cost of living crisis you caused. Your job is to be accountable to the Canadian people. It's been well over a year since you made these grandiose promises, and the exact opposite is coming true. You're in Ottawa today, Mr. Carney. Canadians can't afford their bills. Get into the House of Commons and explain to them today at 2:15 what you're going to do to reverse the damage you've done. Canadians deserve a country that is affordable at home, safe at home, strong at home, and growing at home. For any of those things to happen at home, you, Mr. Carney, need to get into the House. Thank you.
When the government has introduced the ban on years ago at 16 and under, do you support the spirit of that move? And do you think the government policy is going further enough? Because we're talking about online harms on social media.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see the bill before I comment on it. Yes, go ahead.
Vous êtes d'accord pour interdire les réseaux sociaux au moins de 16 ans?
On verra, là, on doit regarder le projet de loi avant de commenter. Oui.
Vous êtes contre le projet. Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez faire et qu'est-ce que vous voulez faire pour faire dérailler ce projet-là? Pour faire dérailler ce projet-là, pour que ce projet-là ne voit pas le jour. Puis quel message vous voulez lancer?
Je pense que le gouvernement libéral fait un très bon job à le dérailler déjà. Lorsque les Canadiens ne peuvent même pas payer l'épicerie, Mark Carney et les libéraux veulent les forcer de payer 8 000 $ pour chaque famille de 4 pour un plan qui va, pour un train qui va même pas servir 95% des Canadiens. Il va détruire des fermes à travers l'Est de l'Ontario et les régions du Québec pour un train qui va même pas servir des villes dans les régions. Ça va passer, mais ça ne va pas arrêter. Donc, au lieu de gaspiller l'argent et de payer des consultants libéraux, des lobbyistes libéraux, des avocats libéraux, on devrait mettre de l'argent dans les poches des Canadiens qui ont de misère à payer leurs factures. J'y serai. Je vais aller pour partager le même message. Continue. On est avec les fermiers du Québec et de l'Ontario pour protéger vos terres. On est avec les mères monoparentales qui ne veulent pas payer 8 000 $ en taxes et impôts pour un train qui ne va jamais les aider. On doit mettre le focus sur l'abordabilité au lieu des grands éléphants blancs de 90 milliards de dollars pour enrichir des libéraux.
Now that Alberta's negotiated an MOU on carbon pricing and electricity, should other provinces do the same?
We should get rid of the carbon tax. The industrial carbon tax is a costly, job-killing disaster that will push business and money out of our country and push the cost of food, housing, and everything else higher.
A member of the cabinet yesterday Prince Trudeau spent about 45 minutes in question period browsing for Bruce online. What does that make about the focus of your caucus and the focus of your cabinet when you're fighting for holding government account while spending more of the time?
I don't spy on MPs browsing. Maybe you do. Maybe you do.
What do you propose to be done with that?
Yes, that's a very good question. So there are a lot of solutions. One, let's get rid of the industrial carbon tax, which drives up the cost of farm equipment, fertilizer, food processing. Let's cut the Liberal deficit. You bring down the deficit, and then we won't have these inflationary money printing bouts that drive up the cost of living. Let's take all taxes off gas to save Canadians 25 cents a liter, $20 a fill up, and $1,200 by Christmas. All money that could go back in their pockets. Let's unblock our resources so that our Canadian workers have bigger paychecks with which to buy food, and we have a stronger dollar that goes further. That's how we're going to make Canada more affordable at home and our paychecks bigger at home. I have to get to caucus, so I'm going to take one more question then. Yes.
What would your party like to see in that legislation being tabled today? And what would it take for your party to support?
So we believe that there should be an outright ban on unconsensual use of unconsensual images. So, for example, if somebody is depicted in an AI video doing sexual acts without their consent, then that should be a crime, and the person who does that should be charged. We should also have tougher penalties and better tools to lock up online predators who target children through manipulative and predatory activities. They should be locked up in prison. And those are there should be more tools for parents to keep their kids off of dangerous websites that are particularly designed for predators that harm our kids. Même chose en fait. On veut
des outils pour les parents.
Oui.
Est-ce que selon vous, ça serait un âge à partir duquel ça serait interdit?
Merci beaucoup. Donc, nous pensons qu'il devrait y avoir plus de pénalités pour des prédateurs qui ciblent des enfants. Nous croyons aussi que les parents devraient avoir des outils pour bannir leurs enfants d'utiliser certains sites qui sont dangereux pour ces enfants-là. Et nous croyons que les policiers devraient avoir plus d'outils afin d'attraper des prédateurs qui ciblent des enfants sur l'Internet. Finalement, les images utilisées sont constamment pour la pornographie et surtout avec l'intelligence artificielle et des fausses vidéos. Ça devrait être interdit et ceux qui font ça devraient être en prison. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
सो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस खत्म हुई बट ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਲੋਕ ਉੱਠੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਸੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਉੱਥੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਦੈਟ ਐਂਡ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦਿਖਾ ਕੇ ਦੈਨ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਮੂਵ ਟੂ ਜਸਟ 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਗਾਇਸ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਤੋਂ ਅਗਲੇ ਦਿਨ ਜਦੋਂ ਘਰ ਫੂਕ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਅੱਗਾਂ ਲਾ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ this is how Belfast woke up today. That's what I'm going to show you. Then I will take you to a press conference by the Secretary of State and PSNI officers. This was the damage which has been done by the right during the unrest. These are the most affected areas of Belfast. Thank you so much, Dagson Masilila. UK Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn, and Police Service of Northern Ireland, PSNI Chief Constable John Butcher, they hold a press conference in Belfast. And let me just take you to that press conference. Just one second. Listen to that, what they have to say. We're going to come back to this. We're going to come back to this. Just hold on. Just going to come back to this, but let me just take you to the press conference. That's Hilary Benn. That's Chief Constable, PSNI.
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. I wanted to be here first thing this morning to meet with the Chief Constable to obviously discuss the terrible disorder we saw on the streets of Northern Ireland last night, to express my best wishes to the two officers who were injured last night in seeking to protect the public. And of course, I want to express my thoughts once again to Mr. Ogilvie, who was the victim of this appalling attack, and to wish him all the very best. Nothing can justify the violence that we saw on the streets of Northern Ireland last night with masked thugs trying to burn and intimidate people out of their homes. Those organizing these protests claim they're doing so to protect communities. In fact, they're doing the very opposite. They are damaging communities and hurting people who are innocent and who have been terrified by what they have been through last night. It is utterly shameful and it needs to stop now. John.
No, thank you, Secretary of State. Thanks for coming this morning. I'd also like to say I spoke to the Prime Minister this morning about the events last night. Last night was an act of self-harm by the people involved against the incredible communities in Northern Ireland. What we saw last night was an insult. It was an insult to the victim of the terrible attack that many of you will have watched online and that led to these disturbances. It was an insult to the members of the public who stepped forward courageously to stop that attack, and the police officers then arrived very quickly to arrest him. Please, please, please let the criminal justice process take its course. This morning at Belfast Magistrates Court, an individual faced the court charged in relation to what we saw online. Let that follow due process. And I appeal for everybody in Northern Ireland who may have any sense of people involved last night to take control of their actions. If it's your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, people in your sports clubs, neighbours that you think were out last night, stop them from coming out today. This has got to stop. We cannot have a society that allows this to happen. We have to make a stand. So please, no more.
Okay, so BBC, morning, both. Thank you. Chief Constable, firstly, we described what happened last night as an act of self-harm. You'll be aware that schools in parts of Northern Ireland have taken a decision to close early today. There's the potential for more protests. Again, how concerned are you about these potential further acts of self-harm, and how can your force begin to get a grip on what could unravel very, very quickly here? And to the Secretary of State, there were calls for calm yesterday from all political leaders across all walks of life. Clearly, they didn't work. This is now the third summer in a row that Northern Ireland is facing into disorder like this. What can you begin to do? Is this going to be the new normal?
If I begin, firstly, to get a grip. So last night, the men and women of the PSNI again got in harm's way to stop people from being intimidated and assaulted by these thugs. I also have to pay huge accolades to the fire service and our ambulance service, who were a credit to their professions yesterday. I'll remind everybody that last year we faced disorder, literally 12 months ago. After that disorder, 100 people faced prosecution through the investigation that we then undertook. Many of those people are now going before the courts and getting custodial sentences. We will deal with this. We will be on the streets tonight in numbers even more than we were last night. And we have got arrangements in hand to get mutual aid that will be arriving here tomorrow. And we're looking to get a further some 200 officers to get on the streets to deal with this. These young people who are doing this are changing their own lives for the future. They won't have the opportunities they would otherwise have had. So please, please, please think of that if you know anybody who could be involved in this. And as regards to schools and businesses and people who live in these neighbourhoods that have been affected, I completely understand, having witnessed the events of last night and I was out in Belfast, why people would make that decision. I support people who make that decision to make sure they're keeping their school children, their employees, their businesses safe. This will pass. I hope last night was the event that will see the end of any more protest, because we cannot have any more of this. And we will be, as I say, out in very high numbers this afternoon and this evening, policing whatever happens in Belfast and wider Northern Ireland today.
This is a time when political leadership is required. And I welcome very much that right across the political spectrum in Northern Ireland, we saw those appeals for calm yesterday, led by the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister at the press conference they had with the Chief Constable, because this is when leadership is tested. Now, your question goes to the heart of the people who are doing this, because it falls upon them to decide, are we going to continue trying to attack people, burn people out of their homes, leaving children absolutely terrified as they're taken out into the dark with flames and screaming around them? This is not what Northern Ireland is. This is not the great place that is Northern Ireland, and it is their responsibility to stop. And the Chief Constable, I think, made a really good point, because about family members and others who will know, well, where were you last night? What were you doing? Because the responsibility is on all of us, political leaders included, but on all of us to say, stop doing this. And as to your last point, this is not normal.
Good morning, gentlemen. My question to both of you, to the Chief Constable, what does it say to you if there's one night of disorder and you've had to apply for new children? When you have wanted to be in, you don't have enough police officers, one night of violence, and you have to ask for help. What does that say to you about maybe not being given the funding and the support that you need politically? And to the Secretary of State, you'll be aware that one of the big issues in all of this has been how this man came to Northern Ireland. There have been repeated warnings about a porous border, about the common travel area being abused. That has all come to pass, hasn't it? And what are you doing?
Shall I take your question first? I am about to lay a written ministerial statement in the House of Commons, because when I answered the urgent question yesterday, I promised MPs that I would provide further information about the immigration status of the man who has now been charged and how he came to Belfast. That I will do. The common travel area is a long-standing arrangement between Ireland and the United Kingdom. There is already close cooperation between the Border Force, the PSNI, the Gardaí, and the authorities in Ireland in trying to tackle illegal migration. And obviously we will need to reflect on the particular circumstances of this case. But what is at fault here is the person who committed this dreadful attack on Mr. Ogilvie. That is what we need to focus on. It is an individual who, it appears, has chosen to do this. And I agree with John that it is for the legal system and due process to determine how that is judged and what sanctions should then be applied. And you cannot put on those who have come to the United Kingdom in general to seek asylum what an individual has chosen to do, because the ultimate responsibility rests with that person. And that's what we're all appalled by. John.
Thank you. I want to really endorse those comments. And to the question of resources, when I arrived in 2023, having been in policing for a very long time, I could not believe the numbers of officers that this organisation had declined to, the lowest in its history. We are in a period of recovery, but that recovery needs to be sustained and it needs to be supported. Policing in Northern Ireland is uniquely complex, and we cannot let the police service of Northern Ireland down with regards to our funding, and we have done for some 14 or 15 years. So between Westminster, the executive, and this organisation, we need to come up with a plan to support the long-term sustainability so that we can deal with the very unique events that we face in Northern Ireland in a way that our communities deserve to keep them safe. You do not get the events of last night, thankfully, elsewhere in policing generally. It happens repeatedly here. There's questions to be asked about that. And we can't deal with these issues if we've not got those community officers in those communities that need our support, problem solving, understanding young people and changing the pathways for their lives. We have huge gaps. The officers out on the street last night and who will be out there tonight are from our crime teams. They're from investigations into terrorist cases. They're from our domestic abuse teams. This has to be the entire organisation coming together to deal with issues like this. And we will. And we will identify and prosecute those responsible. But the organisation deserves and needs to be supported. And wherever I am the Chief Constable of this organisation, I'll be making that very clear to everybody.
Mr. Benn, just to follow up on the discussion there about the common travel area, we know that the suspect came from Dublin. How concerned are you, seriously, in light of the events of the last couple of days, that the common travel area is open to exploitation? And you mentioned there, you used the word that you will need to reflect on this. What do you mean? That sounds like politician talk. What do you mean by that, if you wouldn't mind explaining? And Chief Constable, you called for calm yesterday, you called for calm yet again today. The protesters were not listening to you last night. What makes you think they're going to listen today?
Well, to answer your question, the common travel area, as you know, is a long-standing arrangement which brings great benefit to the citizens of the Republic of Ireland and of the United Kingdom, and many people in Northern Ireland go across the non-existent border to go to work, to worship. When I said reflect, I'm talking about the circumstances of this particular case. I spoke briefly last night to Helen McEntee in Ireland about this, because, of course, people will be seeking more information about the precise movements of the individual, and my written statement sets out, when it is published, what we know from the suspect themselves about how they said that they arrived. But the common travel area is really important, but we have a job to try and enforce immigration law, and that is why there is already close cooperation between the authorities in the United Kingdom and Ireland in trying, well, in this particular case, an individual has chosen, has been accused of committing a very, very serious offence. The fault lies with the person who has been charged and not with others who quite legitimately are able to come to countries across Europe and claim asylum. And if their case is justified, we have a long and honourable tradition in Britain providing shelter to those who are fleeing the most appalling circumstances. In some cases, not that dissimilar to the appalling circumstances we saw on the streets of Northern Ireland last night.
So you're right. Yesterday, we got all the political leaders together. We got civic leaders together, and everybody called for calm after this awful, awful assault. And we asked for everybody to let due process take its course. I can tell you a lot of people did listen to that. And a lot of people who were going to go on the streets did not go on the streets. I also have to acknowledge a number of community leaders and politicians who are out there trying to ensure that people behaved. And there was a lot of peaceful protest in Northern Ireland yesterday. Lawful, sensible, proportionate, peaceful protest. I would ask for everybody, again, to step up to make sure that those that were involved last night look at what they did last night. Look at the damage it's caused to their futures. Think about the consequences for their families, their neighbourhoods, their communities. It's very easy as young people to get carried away with a tide. It's very easy, these days especially, to look online and be persuaded by people who know nothing about Northern Ireland, know nothing about the communities in Northern Ireland, know nothing about the history of Northern Ireland, to take actions that they otherwise would not take. Stop looking at this nonsense. Stop listening to these idiots. We will be going after them for the incitement that they've been doing. Everybody, please think about what happened last night and the terror that you caused to innocent families. A young family with a 2-month-old baby being evacuated. Let's just think about the society we want to live in. Let's stop that. Let's stop it.
You're going to follow up on people inciting online?
Yes.
Who are you talking about?
I'm not talking about individuals in this press conference, but people will know who were online last night and inciting this behavior, they will know what they were doing and we will be going after them. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about the people that we will be investigating, as we did last year, and we prosecuted those individuals successfully. And that will happen again. There are consequences to what people do that lead to the actions that we saw last night. And the police will ensure that those consequences are carried through. I promise you that.
For Chief Constable, there was pressure in the wake of the attack in Southport and the subsequent riots that police should be releasing more information early.
Yeah.
The police did put out a lot of information about the suspect in this case, yet we still saw the events that we saw last night. So moving forward, do you think that will still be the correct approach when it seems to have had little or no effect? And for the Secretary of State, there has been concerns raised about the common travel area, especially for people that have seen the video of that attack and its graphic nature. Questions are inevitably going to be asked here about the asylum vetting process and how someone could come to legally be here who has the proclivity to carry out that level of barbarity and that attack. So how are you going to sort of examine that process to make sure that it's fit for purpose?
If I start with the information issue, so we learned from Southport through reviews that were taken after it occurred, that there is a need, there is an expectation that where we have information, it should be released. And I am an advocate for transparency. I'm an advocate for candor. People know that from Northern Ireland. When you don't give information out, especially in this toxic online environment, people fill it with misinformation and nonsense.
Yeah.
What we should always do is be honest about what we find. And that's what we did yesterday. And by the way, those communities that were attacked last night, some were from ethnic minority backgrounds, many were not. These idiots didn't just target ethnic minority groups. They just didn't target communities. They targeted Northern Ireland. They targeted society. We have got to stand up to this. We have got to stop this happening. And I just want to remind them of this. We now put the images out of those people involved in this disorder for everyone to see. So we identify them and we prosecute them. We then put their images out when we successfully convict them. Do you want your images out there to reflect the sort of behavior that we saw last night? I suggest none of them would really want that. So let's stop it. And we will carry on being honest about what we find out in this investigation. That's good, sensible, trusted policing.
To answer your question, well, the police, of course, in questioning the suspect, will be seeking to find out more about him and the circumstances. It doesn't necessarily follow that someone's previous history is going to enable you to know whether they might do something in the future. And therefore, it's very hard to see how you can operate a system in those circumstances which attempts to anticipate what somebody might do. And we don't know the full circumstances, but we saw the horrific consequences in the video, the horrific video that was shared online and which has caused such outrage and such public concern. And of course, we must reflect on the circumstances and we must continue to carry on with that strong cooperation between the UK authorities and the Irish authorities in seeking to deal with illegal migration across the common travel area. But the answer is not to say the common travel area is the problem. It has given great benefit to many, many people over a very long period of time, living in Northern Ireland, living in Ireland, living in the rest of the United Kingdom.
Chief Constable, can you talk to me about the nature of the injuries sustained by the two police officers? And do we know that the people that have cleaned the homes this night, that any of those people sustain injuries? And Secretary of State, can you talk to me about your discussion with Minister Hilary and the questions that you had for her?
So with regards to police officers, we had one officer who was injured yesterday whilst directing traffic away from one of the pockets of disorder, and he was hit with debris on the head. He's okay. The second officer suffered smoke inhalation when a petrol bomb exploded near him and went under his snoot and had to be taken to hospital. You might recall we had 97 police officers injured last year. I again just want to pay tribute to this incredible organisation that I lead. Every day they turn up to do a job that most people could not and would not do. Thankfully, last night, with regards to the people that we evacuated from those houses, there were no injuries. Our absolute focus yesterday was to protect life and property, and that's what we achieved. We'll now follow up with going after those who are responsible for those unacceptable scenes last night.
I called Minister McEntee last night because I was keen to brief her on what had happened, given what we now know about how the suspect arrived in Northern Ireland. And obviously there are questions for us, some of which have been asked today, and there will be questions too to the authorities in Ireland about what they know about the individual, because all of that may contribute to the investigation process that is rightly continuing, being led by the Chief Constable and his colleagues.
Belfast Telegraph. Chief Constable, can you tell me, we've seen scenes last night of people going door to door and attacking the homes of migrant families.
Yeah.
What can you do to reassure those people that they will be protected? And also, do you believe that there is any organisation involved, any paramilitary or criminal gangs organising, helping organise this violence? And Secretary of State, can I also say, we're talking about people who have used online platforms to try and advertise these protests and bring people onto the streets. There was also some of your parliamentary colleagues that were involved in distributing some disinformation and misinformation. What would you say to those MPs who are not from Northern Ireland who are exploiting situations such as this?
If I begin with the need to reassure our communities, Alison. So yesterday we had an online meeting with probably around about 140 community leaders. Last night, I think the last call I made to a community leader was at around about midnight. Okay. In the last couple of years, we've built up an incredibly trusting relationship with our ethnic minority communities. One that actually, I think, is a benchmark for policing. And repeatedly, when I speak to those community leaders and I visit those communities, they're repeatedly saying how thankful they are for what the PSNI are doing. Yeah. Last night, again, people were saying that the PSNI was saving lives. Now, that's extraordinary, that in the light of the attacks that they're facing, they take the time and have the grace to thank us for what we're doing when they're facing unimaginable intimidation and threats. I will continue to work tirelessly, as will all of my colleagues, to reassure those communities. We've got community meetings tomorrow. I've spoken to community leaders again today, and our local police officers, of which we need many more because of the funding challenges, will be out and about speaking to those communities and reassuring them today. Your question about paramilitarism, we addressed this in the disorder in 2024 and 2025. It's too early for me to say at the moment, but I will not shy away from speaking truth with regards to any involvement of paramilitaries. But let's get the investigation underway to understand who was orchestrating this, both online and in person. And when we've got that investigative information, then through either prosecutions or public statements, we'll reveal it to you.
The fact that people in Northern Ireland are being targeted because of the colour of their skin should sicken every right-thinking citizen of the United Kingdom. And I'm afraid we have seen it before in the disorder in Belfast in 2024, when businesses were targeted because of who owned them and ran them. And we saw that in Ballymena with the disorder last year. The same thing happened. And what does this say about Northern Ireland? People who have come to this country, brought their skills, they're part of the community, they're working. I read a report that one of the families that was forced out of their home has lived here for 20 years. These are our neighbours, our friends, our colleagues at work. It is utterly shameful, and people need to speak out about it. Secondly, there is a particular responsibility on members of Parliament, all of us, because we are leaders of our communities, and I genuinely welcome what so many leaders have said in appealing for calm, but we will be judged by the words that we use. And I would say, because I did comment on it yesterday in the House of Commons, when a reference was made to alien cultures, What was that trying to say? Because what is it saying about people who have come from Sudan? There's probably a surgeon from Sudan operating on someone somewhere in the United Kingdom as we stand here this morning, saving somebody's life. And we have a huge responsibility to think carefully about our language and not to fan the flames of disorder, the kind of disorder that we saw last night. People are absolutely right to be concerned about the terrible attack on Mr. Ogilvy. They have an absolute right to protest peacefully. They have no right to do so much damage to their own communities in Northern Ireland.
The Secretary of State, the Education Authority has said it's up to individual schools whether to close or not. Do you think that's the right approach after last night's arrest? As the Chief Constable, what are your plans? I know you touched on some of them, to address misinformation circulating online about the suspect for the investigation. And there are migrants who have told us that they have lost trust in the police after last night's arrest. What is your message to those who have lost trust in the service?
I would say that it is obviously for individual schools to take those decisions, depending on the circumstances, how they judge them, what may have happened in their area last night, what may not have happened in their area last night, but of course to take account of any guidance that is given by the authorities, including what the Chief Constable said a moment ago. John.
So your experience isn't my experience, and I'm out in those communities all the time, and they've literally all got my phone number. We've got an incredible strategic engagement team here. This organisation, for the numbers it's got, completely punches above its weight. We have reset our relationship with those communities in the past couple of years. So I would challenge what you said to me. And I want to remind you that, and it was in Ballymena last year that I met a family. In fact, there was a fire officer present who said, you need to know, in fact, the Secretary of State was there when we had this conversation. Your officers saved lives last night.
Absolutely.
And that's what these officers do day and daily. And it's the wider emergency services. Northern Ireland, and I have to say for the people watching this press conference, is an incredible place. It's a place that people should invest in. It's a place people should visit. It's a place, by the way, that's one of the safest places in the United Kingdom. Just think about what we saw last night. But statistically around crime, it's one of the safest places to visit in the United Kingdom. We've got to get that back. And we've got to stop what we saw last night. And that's incumbent on all of us. Okay.
Chief Constable, you've already mentioned getting mutual aid and your repeated concerns about resources. Can you confirm if PSNI officers have been put on mandatory overtime, how that works? And the Secretary of State, we saw posters on social media circulating last night, and Tommy Robinson's comments as well, calling for protests in England. How concerned are you that this will spill over into the rest of the UK?
Well, I saw those posters yesterday evening. I am not aware, and I haven't seen any reports in the media of disorder in the rest of the United Kingdom last night, and I very much hope that remains the case. And can I take this opportunity to pay tribute myself personally to the bravery and the diligence and the professionalism and the compassion of the officers of the PSNI, because I know from discussions I've had last time in Ballymena and before that in Belfast, and the officers I met after the bomb attack on Dunmurry police station, the very best of the best. And I would echo what John just said about the role that they have played last night, but previously, in saving people's lives from these thugs who think this is an acceptable way to behave. It isn't. And by these protests, they're putting great pressure on the police officers of Northern Ireland. And what would possess you to attack officers of the police force that has been investigating this terrible crime, has charged a suspect, and is seeking to bring people to justice? Our responsibility, all of us in this community, is to support the police and not to make their job harder.
Thank
John.
you. Thank you, Secretary of State, for those words as well. So this is a unique policing environment. I often say that. The men and women of the PSNI, mandatory overtime. We can't survive without them doing the hours that they do, well above and beyond what ordinary policing would expect to do. It's a vocational profession, I think, particularly in Northern Ireland. Even those who choose to be in the PSNI, because of the complex history here, have to take a decision that other police officers don't have to take on the island of Ireland or in the wider United Kingdom because of the threat to officers here. They are a very, very special group of people. And recently, some of you will have seen, there's a documentary we've done called Peelers, the PSNI for Real. These are ordinary members of our communities who decide to join the police service here and do an extraordinary job.
Yeah.
And we should celebrate and be thankful for every one of them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was not just only this press conference which happened today. There are certain other press conferences from the different political parties. But let me just take you to another, one sec. Let me just take you to another event where British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, he has been grilled by his colleagues in House of Commons. Let me just share with you what has happened in UK's Parliament today. Indeed, it's a tough time for British Prime Minister. Just one sec. So on different subjects, this was by the speaker. Just one sec. Let me just put it on your screens as well.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I know the thoughts of the House will be those affected by the events in Belfast this week. I should inform the House that charges have been brought against a man following the attack on Monday night. That case is now sub judice. It is possible that other charges may be brought, including respect of events in Belfast in the aftermath. I am granting a full waiver to allow members to discuss wider issues raised in the context of this incident. However, I must urge members in the strongest terms not to discuss the details of any individual case. This includes not discussing any motive or the guilt or innocence of any individual. Members should avoid wider speculation that comes with prejudicial in any future criminal trials. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. I call Melanie Ward.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday to you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I noted the helicopter crash in Devon, and I want to put on record our sincere condolences to the families of Lieutenant Commander Chris Gayson, Lieutenant Lily Mae Fisher, and Petty Officer Owen Green. Our thoughts are with their families at this tragic time. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I also send my condolences to the family of Michael Story. Michael worked as a driver in Number 10 for over 2 decades. He was a remarkable gentleman, held in the highest regard by all that knew him, and will be deeply missed. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, people are rightly sickened by the horrific attack on Monday night in North Belfast. As you have just said, the man arrested has been in court in Belfast this morning and charged. I want to thank the Police Service of Northern Ireland and other first responders and members of the public who responded with such bravery. And our thoughts are with the victim. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, the acts of violence and arson that followed are totally unjustified. This morning I spoke with the First Minister, the Deputy First Minister and the Chief Constable. And the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is meeting leaders in Belfast today. We are united in calling for calm and determined to restore order, support the police and all those on the front line, and ensure that justice is done. On a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, as the World Cup gets underway, I'd like to wish the best of luck to both Scotland and England. And I too would like to wish you happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about the situation in Northern Ireland and about the Scottish football team. Mr. Speaker, the existence of Israeli settlements and settler violence against Palestinians is a major and deliberate impediment to peace. By working with Israeli human rights researchers, I have uncovered 32 British charities which are funneling money to Israeli settlements on Palestinian land. Last week, I submitted a formal complaint to the Charity Commission about them. In the last 5 years, they've sent over £28 million to illegal settlements, with a likely taxpayer subsidy through gift aid of more than £5 million. Our constituents will be appalled by this. Does the Prime Minister agree that funneling money to Israeli settlements is extremist activity, not charitable activity? And will he be clear that it is banned?
Prime Minister. Can I thank my honourable friend? Settlements are a flagrant breach of international law, and no UK charity should be supporting them. And the Middle East Minister met the Charity Commission today to discuss these concerns. We announced yesterday further sanctions against those who support settler violence, and we will continue to look at strengthening those sanctions. British businesses should have no economic involvement in illegal settlements. And let me just say, the situation across Palestine remains desperate, and the UK will continue to lead efforts to prevent human suffering and get aid in and preserve the viability of a two-state solution.
Leader of the Opposition, Kevin Benn.
Mr. Speaker, can I also wish England and Scotland the very best in the World Cup? Can I wish you a very happy birthday, Mr. Speaker, many happy returns. And may I take the opportunity to associate myself with the remarks that the Prime Minister made about the helicopter crash. Our condolences to their family and, of course, to the family of Michael Story as well. Can I also thank him for his short statement on Belfast? The scenes in Belfast are deeply, deeply disturbing. A man is in hospital after a brutal attack, and now families are frightened after a night of violence. There is a live criminal case, so we must be careful about what we say. But we can be clear about this. People have a right to be angry. I am angry. And people have the right to expect their politicians to secure our borders. But no one has a right to burn families out of their homes or to burn public property and attack the police. We all have a duty to stand up for public safety in every way. Mr. Speaker, last night, America carried out strikes on Iran in response to the downing of a US helicopter. This comes just days after renewed attacks on Ukraine. The world is getting more dangerous, and the British public want to know this government is doing everything it can to protect our national security. So can the Prime Minister tell the House, will the full defence investment plan finally be published this week?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I agree with her that in relation to both Iran and Ukraine, we're facing a more volatile world than at any time during our lifetimes. Mr. Speaker, so far as defence is concerned, we've already taken a number of measures We've increased defence spending from 2.3% to 2.6% in 2027. That's spending £270 billion over this Parliament. We've carried out a strategic review of defence, and we're committed to publishing defence investment plan before the NATO summit, which is in just a few weeks' time.
Benn.
That sounded like a no, Mr. Speaker. We have wasted 2 years waiting for the defence investment plan. Projects have been put on hold, and Britain is getting weaker with every passing day. It has been reported that the Chief of the Defence Staff told the Prime Minister that the Ministry of Defence needs an extra £28 billion. Will that requirement be met in full?
Mr. Speaker, we'll set out the defence investment plan. It is it's a 10-year plan, and it's the first line-by-line review of defence budgets in 18 years. She's wrong to say it's been delayed by 2 years, Mr. Speaker. The Defence Strategic Review was published a year ago. We've been working through the details to make sure that we get this right. We are the government that has increased defence spending from 2.3 to 2.6%. I remind the party opposite, when they came into power, defence spending was 2.5%, and they took it down to 2.3%. We've taken it up to 2.6%. The defence investment, by 2027, the defence investment plan will be published before NATO. We've already signed 1,400 major defence contracts. 94% of those, Mr. Speaker, are with British businesses. And as the Defence Secretary said, that includes helicopters made in Yeovil, drones in Swindon, armoured vehicles in Telford. And we've also given our armed forces the biggest pay rise in over 20 years. That's Labour making investment to safeguard our national security.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the pay rise for the armed forces? But the Prime Minister says he's increased defence spending. He's not. This year, he's cutting it by £3.5 billion. What he's talking about is hopeful increases, which we don't know if he will do because there is still no defence investment plan. At a time that we need leadership, Mr. Speaker, we have total paralysis. It is reported that the Chancellor is only willing to find £13 billion for the dip. At the London Defence Conference last year, the Prime Minister said defence would be the central organising principle of his government. How can that be the case when he's giving the armed forces less than half of the minimum that they need?
Mr. Speaker, we've already increased defence spend. We will spend £270 billion in this Parliament. What did they do on spend? They took it from 2.5% and they cut it to 2.3%. And we'll take no lectures from them. They sat at the heart of a government that failed our armed services. They cut frigates and destroyers by 25%. They cut mine hunters by 50%. They cut the army from 100,000 down to 72,000. They missed army recruitment targets every single year for 14 years. And they left morale in the armed forces at an all-time low. So we'll take no lectures from them on defence and security of our country.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard him say this about 100 times. There is still no defence investment plan. He is the Prime Minister now, at least I think he is. Should I be calling Andy Burnham instead to ask these questions? He is the Prime Minister. And the reason that he's dithering is because he doesn't know where the money is coming from. The military is waiting, the bond markets are watching. He has only three options: cutting spending, more borrowing, or higher taxes. We know that the Chancellor wants to put up tax to pay for it. Will the Prime Minister rule out raising taxes?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, she asked the House to simply ignore the last 14 years under one. So we may have failed the armed forces, hollowed them out, but please just forget all that and act as if it didn't happen. Well, you can't forget all that, given the damage they did to our armed services. Mr. Speaker, she says forget all that. I remind the House, when they left office, 47 out of 49 major defence contracts were delayed or over budget. That is what we are fixing. And you can't just scrub away and forget. I know they want to forget the last 14 years in power, so do the British public. That's why they're sitting over there. But, Mr. Speaker, we've increased defence spending. We are going to publish Defence Investment Plan, and that will be done before the NATO summit coming up in just a few weeks' time.
Mr. Speaker, I remember when the last government led Europe when we were fighting the war in Ukraine. When Russia invaded, we were ready. We supplied Ukraine with munitions. We increased defense spending. But I wasn't asking him about our record. I asked him if he would rule out tax rises. He did not rule out raising taxes, so tax rises are coming. He can't borrow more because the markets have no confidence in him. The reason the Prime Minister is in this mess is because he maxed out on spending in his first two budgets. That's why the benefits bill is set to rise to over £200 billion by the end of the decade. He has things the wrong way round, Mr. Speaker. He has a benefits plan until 2031, but no defense investment plan. Why not just cut welfare?
Mr. Speaker, she talks of leading the way on Ukraine, and I did pay tribute and do to what the last government did on Ukraine, and we stood with them. We continue to lead the way because it's the United Kingdom and France that are leading the coalition of the willing that have got the military plans together for security guarantees in Ukraine. Equally in Iran, Mr. Speaker, it is the UK government and the French government that have put together the coalition for the reassurance military plans as soon as the Strait of HORMUZ is open. That is what we're doing to lead. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not going to take lectures on defence from the party opposite after what they did to the armed forces, and nor are we going to take lectures on the economy, which they crashed and we've had to pick up.
Mr. Speaker, at a time of increased global instability and tension, war in Europe and the Middle East, he is paralyzed, giving the armed forces less than half of the minimum that they need. Tony Blair says cut welfare for defense. Lord Robertson, former NATO Secretary General, he's one of them, says cut welfare for defense. We all know why he won't cut welfare. It's because he is too weak. Too weak to make a decision, too weak to face down his backbenchers and cut benefits, too weak to stand up for our national security. As the sun sets on his premiership, he is scrabbling around for a legacy. But isn't it the case, Mr. Speaker, that the real legacy will be a bloated welfare state and a weaker armed forces?
Mr. Speaker, when they were in office, they didn't reform welfare or invest in our armed services. So the very choice she puts up, they did. Defence spending went down, welfare spending went up £88 billion overall on their watch. 33 billion under the shadow chancellor. So, Mr. Speaker, they did neither welfare reform nor did they spend our armed forces. And every week she reminds us why the British public sent them packing, because she ignores what we're turning the country around. Growth is up. She doesn't want to talk about that. Interest rates are down. She doesn't want to talk about that. Immigration is down after she cheerleaded for it to go up, and the NHS waiting lists have coming down for fastest rate for 17 years. I'm going to keep fighting for the people who elected a Labour government and sent us here 2 years ago. People who want to live in a safer world. Parents who want to have a better future for their children, and young people growing up in poverty who deserve a better future. We're investing in this great nation, standing up against those that divide us, a stronger, fairer Britain.
There will be a taxi, and it might be for somebody who didn't request it. Richard Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to associate myself with the Prime Minister's comments on the horrific events in Belfast. The co-founder of US tech giant Palantir once claimed the NHS makes people sick, but now Palantir is running the NHS's new data platform. The Financial Times has reported that Palantir staff have had unlimited access to identifiable NHS patient data. And also there's deep concerns about Palantir's human rights record in relation to Trump and ICE and Israel's military action in Gaza. NHS patient data shouldn't be left in the hands of a US tech giant. The government has an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to end this contract through a break clause next year. Will the government take the opportunity and kick Palantir next year out of our NHS?
Mr. Speaker, as the Health Secretary has said, the existing contract will be reviewed, as it always is, ahead of the break clause, and data security is always a priority. On the single patient contract, there'll be strong cybersecurity protections, and we will protect this data, like we do with all health data. We're focused on modernising the NHS so patients don't have to repeat themselves and get the care that they need more quickly. Our investment has cut NHS waiting lists, delivered millions of extra appointments, improved A&E and ambulance response time. I'm proud of what we're doing.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in sending our condolences to the families of those killed in last week's helicopter crash? And can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about the horrific knife attack in Belfast? Our thoughts are with the victim and his family. And can I join the Prime Minister in condemning the disorder last night? Mr. Speaker, in Carers Week, can I celebrate the millions of family carers who make huge sacrifices to look after their loved ones? And can I look forward to an England versus Scotland World Cup final? and can I wish you a happy birthday, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, as the chaos over the defence investment plan goes on, I'm sure members on all sides were shocked to read yesterday's reports. The government is considering slashing the hospital programme to fund the shortfall. Surely in 21st century Britain, people can expect both a decent local hospital and armed forces that keep them safe. So will the Prime Minister rule out any cuts to the NHS budget to fund defence?
Mr. Speaker, can I first agree with him about the amazing work of our carers? We will take the necessary measures to defend our country, the first duty of any Prime Minister. We will also take the measures, as we have done, to invest in our public services. And forgive me, I was running a public service when the government that his party were part of was stripping them bare under austerity. So we're really not going to take lectures on austerity from the gentleman opposite.
Well, I was hoping we're going to hear more about defence investment. I would urge the Prime Minister to look at our plans for defence bonds to get £20 billion into defence. But, Mr. Speaker, turning to those horrific scenes in Belfast, too many times we see the same pattern, an appalling crime that makes us all feel immense pain and anger, and then extremists who exploit that grief and anger to spread hatred and violence, aided and abetted by social media barons like Elon Musk and their divisive algorithms. Does the Prime Minister agree this is not who we are as a country, and that it is not free speech if it's controlled by tech billionaires and their algorithms? So will he crack down properly on platforms like X that are fueling violence and hatred?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will crack down on anyone who's fueling this division. But it is really important, and I agree with him, we are heading into a very difficult situation in Northern Ireland. As I say, I've spoken to the Chief Constable, the First Minister and Deputy First Minister this morning. They are united in saying we should all be calling for calm. The police are on the front line, and it's our duty as politicians to call for that calm, and nobody who's a politician should be whipping up division and hatred.
Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Flexible and co-working spaces play an important role in regenerating town centres like mine in Rochester and Stroud. They bring more people to our high streets to spend money in our local shops and support our local economies. But recent case law has put this under threat, with valuation office agency assessments now treating many as single larger businesses. And because of this, many small businesses face not only losing their small business rate relief, but also facing potentially backdated bills of up to 3 years, in some cases costing hundreds of thousands of pounds. So will the Prime Minister please ensure that an urgent political solution is found to this problem?
Can I absolutely recognise the important role that flexible working spaces play in regenerating our high streets? Where the law requires a property to be treated as a single unit. The business rates are paid by the operator, not the individual businesses. I can't speak for every case, but I will make sure that the Treasury Minister picks up with her as quickly as possible in relation to the particular issue.
Gavin Robbins.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister in relation to the tragic helicopter crash last week? Mr. Speaker, yesterday I shared my concern that community cohesion stood on the precipice. The North Belfast attack on Monday was medieval. It was sadistic, and it's sadly been viewed by millions in this country. As reprehensible as it was, the outrageous violence, intimidation and community damage carried out last night in my constituency and in other parts of Northern Ireland require the strongest condemnation. It is impossible to share concerns about damage to our British values and then act in a way that tarnishes the very thing we should want to protect. The government's job, our collective job, is to act, to protect our country and to defend our borders. The Prime Minister knows that the man charged entered our country illegally. He passed through 2 safe countries and attained asylum in record time. Will he meet with me urgently to discuss the steps he and his government will take to ensure our values are enforced, that the rule of law in this country sustains, and that he protects and closes the open, porous border between our country and the Irish Republic?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Member? And can I particularly thank him and all leaders in Northern Ireland who have urged calm, particularly before what happened last night. I think in standing together with that common message was very powerful. I thank him and others for what they did in that regard. I'm very happy to meet him and other MPs from Northern Ireland as he requests, and I think we've now identified a slot after Prime Minister's questions when we can do that. It is obviously important that we do at the first opportunity. We are all sickened by this attack, but the scenes of violence and disorder have no justification. We need to be really clear about that. Of course, there are questions that need to be answered, but destroying communities, destroying homes and driving people out of their homes is not and will never be the right way to respond to an attack like this. And I look forward to working with him and others to ensure that we get the calm response and give the police the space that they need to deliver justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about the horrific situation in Northern Ireland? Mr. Speaker, the Mildmay Hospital in my constituency, established in 1877, has been a pioneer for HIV and AIDS care since the 1980s. Diana, Princess of Wales, made 17 visits to this unique charitable hospital, breaking through the stigma surrounding.
Apart from this, there are certain other political parties जिन्हां दे वल्लों आपको अपनी गलबात जिहड़ी रखी गई है. We're going to come later to the Belfast issue. Let me just take you back to the Middle East once again. Middle East ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ? Middle East ਤੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ US ਆਰਮੀ ਟਰੂਪਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਆਰਮਸ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ. ਜਸਟ ਹੁਣੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ just one sec. ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਰੌਲਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ US ਦੇ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਨੇ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਬਟ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ I want to show you ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਫਰੋਮ ਦ US ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ Let me just show you that picture quickly ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਸ ਵੈਲ ਇੱਕ ਆਰਟੀਕਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ this picture just now this is US Army paratroopers conduct small arms training during a live fire exercise in the Middle East ਇਹ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ and let me tell you one thing very clearly ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੌਲਾ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਵੱਧਦਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਦਾ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ we are going to strike them again Iran so this issue is now escalating this conflict is escalating now Let me just show you. IRIB is showing the damage in their Sirik County ਜਿਹੜੀ HORMUZ ਗਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਰਿੰਕਿੰਗ ਵਾਟਰ ਟੈਂਕ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਤਬਾਹ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਪਜ਼ੈਸ਼ਕੀਆਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ जिथे तस्वीर दिखाई है और क्या कि US Army troopers conduct small arms training during a live fire exercise in the Middle East. At the same time, they have shared this information as well. This information as well. US Central Command. June 10th, CENTCOM disables non-compliant vessels in Gulf of Oman. At 11:14 p.m. on June 9th, US forces disabled an oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman for the second consecutive day after another vessel violated the ongoing blockade by attempting to transport oil from Iran. US Central Command disabled plough-flagged Stabelo as it transited the Gulf of Oman. A US aircraft fired precision munitions into the ship's engine room after the crew repeatedly failed to comply with directions from American forces. CENTCOM forces have disabled 8 non-compliant vessels, redirected 134 ships that complied, and allowed 42 vessels supporting humanitarian aid to pass since initiating the blockade on April 13th. Here's kuch information jehdi aayi hai, but this was the video which has been shared by CENTCOM. ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਸੋ ਕਾਲਡ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੇ US ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਐਮਬੈਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੇ कुछ एक जानकारी आ रही। let me just get that information. Let me get more information. Just 1 second. ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਆ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ US Central Command ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੈਟਬੈਲੋ ਪਲਾਊ ਫਲੈਗਡ ਸ਼ਿਪ ਸੀ, ਵੈਸਲ ਸੀ, ਇਹਦੇ ਇੰਜਨ ਰੂਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਮੰਨ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ CENTCOM ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਬਟ ਔਨ ਦਾ ਅਦਰ ਹੈਂਡ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਐਲਸ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। There are reports that there were 21 members which has been rescued by the Omani government, while 3 still are missing and they all are Indian nationals. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਅਟੈਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ ਆ। ਜੂਨ 8 ਨੂੰ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ MT ਮੈਰੀਵੈਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਹੁਣ ਜੂਨ 9 ਨੂੰ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਟੈਬੈਲੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਦੋਂ ਜੂਨ 8 ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਡੇ ਫੋਰ ਯੈਸਟਰਡੇ 24 ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਨੂੰ ਰੈਸਕਿਊ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਓਮਾਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਜੂਨ 9 21 ਨੂੰ ਰੈਸਕਿਊ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। 3 ਆਰ ਸਟਿਲ ਮਿਸਿੰਗ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲਸ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚਾਰਜ ਡੇ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ US ਦੇ ਜੇਸਨ ਮੀਕਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਸਮਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ 'ਚ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਨੇ ਥੈਂਕਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਰਿਗਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਦਿਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਵੈਸਲ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਸਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। India will okay, we condemned the attack on the commercial vessel Stabilo of the coast of Oman earlier today. Of the 24 Indian crew on board, 21 Indians have been rescued thus far, and 3 Indians are reportedly missing. Our embassy in Oman is closely monitoring the situation and proactively coordinating with the Omani authorities in the ongoing search and rescue operation. The continuing incidents of attack on shipping in the region are deeply worrisome and a direct result of the ongoing conflict in the region. We reiterate our call for immediate de-escalation of tensions and the conclusion of ongoing negotiations for a diplomatic solution so the peace and stability can return to the region. The targeting of commercial shipping and civilian infrastructure in the region must end, and free and impeded navigation and commerce through the international waterways in the region in keeping with international law must be restored at the earliest. ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜੂਨ 10 ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ. I'll show you the members, the pictures of the members who have been rescued yesterday by the Omani officials. And also just day before yesterday, Indian Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson, he gave a statement as well.
MT Marivex was disabled off the coast of Oman. We have learned that it is a Palau flagged vessel. We also understand there was some exchange of communication between the ship and the US Navy before the incident. There were 24 crew members on board the ship, all of them being Indian nationals. They all 24 have been rescued and they are safe. Our embassy, for this purpose, for the evacuation and rescue purpose, they contacted the Omani authorities who swung into action. We were in touch with several other stakeholders, including Ministry of Shipping here and MRCC and other stakeholders. We thank and we are grateful to the Omani government for their excellent support in rescuing the crew and ensuring the safety. Our mission continues to be in touch with the
This what had happened few days ago and now even yesterday. Then I have spokesperson for Iran's Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghei. He just mentioned 9 minutes ago and shared a video, which I am going to share here. First, let's check what he has said. So Ismail Baghei said, water is the pulse of life, and the US is deliberately targeting the lifeblood of the Iranian people. As part of its aggression against Iran, the US military has deliberately struck vital civilian infrastructure, water infrastructure in Sirik, HORMUZ, destroying 2 reservoirs with a combined capacity of 2,500 cubic meters. These facilities supplied drinking water to more than 20,000 residents across 10 villages. This is not a collateral damage. It's a calculated war crime. It's a calculated war crime and a flagrant violation of human rights and international humanitarian law, the US must be held accountable for committing such systemic, brutal attacks on civilian life-sustaining infrastructure. Ismail Bagai is a spokesperson for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he has shared this video. Just one sec. That's a video of those reservoirs, the water reservoirs. And there's also another footage. 1 second. And even in this, let me just give you some more update. ਇਹ ਇਸਮਾਇਲ ਬਗਾਈ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਨਾ, ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ US ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ $70 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ ਸਿਕਿਉਰ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਐਕਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਾਈਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਦੈਟ। ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। One sec. ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਊਂਗਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗੈਟ ਸਮ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ
alongside me, I would never say behind, because they're not behind anybody. They're great. This morning, I'm thrilled to sign the Secure America Act to immediately and fully fund the Department of Homeland Security through the end of my term. So we won't have that to be talking about anymore, Lisa.
No, we will not, sir.
We'll give the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol, and that's what they are, they're heroes, what they have to go through to keep us safe, the support and resources they need to defend our borders, protect our homeland, and to keep America safe. I want to thank Speaker Mike Johnson. He's incredible. Where is Mike Johnson?
Right here.
Mike, you're doing an incredible job. And not a big majority.
Just
Rather have 40 or 50. I don't think you'd know what to do. We have
No.
He'd say, what are we doing? He's done an amazing job. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, and Todd is up, and I hear he's got tremendous support in the Senate. And he's got tremendous support everywhere. Actually, he's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne. Where's Mark Wayne? He gave up his Senate seat. He had a guaranteed seat for the next 40 to 50 years. And he gave it up to be Homeland Security because he just wanted to.
Wanted to serve.
Yep, you're amazing. Amazing. As well as Senate Majority Leader John Thune and Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's here, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
And John is, you're incredible. From day one, we got along,
Thank you,
right?
Mr. President. Absolutely.
First day I met him. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, one of the bravest people.
Yeah.
And what he went through is incredible, incredible. And I actually think it looks better now than he did.
We're going to win the game tonight, Mr. President.
Oh, is it tonight?
Tonight.
Oh, the baseball, I'll be watching
7:05.
that. And House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, who is an unbelievable leader, actually, just so highly respected. And he's in Minnesota, and he's ripping them because he knows what's going on. I mean, it's you have your chance now, Tom, because people have really found out about it. So I want to thank you for the work. No, but he's working with our people. They look like Elliot Ness. It looks like Elliot Ness and the gang up there, right? They're finding billions of dollars of fraud, and Tom Emmer is really helping us. Thanks, Tom. Thank you. And thanks as well to Senators Lindsey Graham, who had a big victory last night. He won by a lot. And no runoff, no nothing. They had a lot of very capable people running against him, and he just blew them away. So Lindsey Graham, congratulations. And Chuck Grassley, Rand Paul, who's here. Hi, Rand. Boy, oh boy, it's nice to have Rand. It's a good thing to have Rand. He knows what's important. Eric Schmidt has been an incredible senator, wherever you may be, Eric. He's tall enough. He's usually not too hard to find. And Bernie Moreno. Is Bernie here?
Yes, sir.
Where's Bernie? Hi, Bernie. What a job, right?
Absolutely.
So how's the race going in Ohio?
You're very popular there, and you'll drag every Republican
I
across the
hope
nation.
so. Well, I love Ohio. We won by a lot, but you ran an incredible race. It was.
And a big assist.
They weren't giving him a big chance, and he ended up winning quite easily, right? So it was great. We're also pleased to be joined by Representatives Lisa McLean, Jody Arrington, and Jody. Where's Jody? Jody, you're doing a great job. Jody.
Favorite budget chairman.
Garbarino, Laura Lee, thank you. Riley Moore, a newcomer who's doing really well. Guy Reschenthaler, Derek Van Orden, as well as angel sister, Chris Story, you know that?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And we appreciate it, Chris, we appreciate it.
Thank
For
you.
more than, thank you very much, appreciate it, being here. Gone through a lot. For more than 100 days, congressional Democrats tried to block all funding for the Department of Homeland Security in a reprehensible attempt to throw open the borders of the United States of America. They want to drag us straight back to chaos and crime of the crooked Joe Biden administration, one of the most corrupt administrations, probably the most corrupt ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're not going to let them do that. I have to say that Washington just had some crime numbers out, and it's the lowest number, best crime numbers we've had, they say, in 58 years. So we went from being a crime-ridden city, our capital, being a crime-ridden place, to being among the safest cities in the country. I'm so happy. And you're big beneficiaries because most of you live here. You hear all the time, the press, the media, and even actually some of the media, a couple of people that I would not suspect, a couple of people truly treat me unfairly, but they came up and they thanked me because it's so much. We have a safe city now. We also have a beautiful city. We had 22 fountains. Every one of them didn't work. One of them, probably the best was one that hasn't worked for 50 years. That was about the best. They've all been out of commission for 50 years or more. Can you imagine that? They were graffiti strewn, grass growing through the cracks, and they were in terrible shape. And all 22 have now been opened. And the most magnificent possibly of all, though the one in front of Union Station is beautiful. You see that? It was all graffiti all over the place. We, through a lot of work, we got it looking maybe better than it was the day they put it in. But the one that they're all talking about is the almost 2,500 foot long. That's taller than any building in the world, actually. There's no building that's 2,500 feet tall, I don't think. But it's like twice the height of the Empire State Building, as an example, much wider. So we just got that open last night. We went to do it before July 4th, and it is incredible. It's called, it was originally called, 1922 it was built. It was called the Reflecting Pond, or the Reflecting Lake, some people called it. But it was supposed to be a reflection. It never worked from 1922 because it was stone on the base, and no matter what, it always leaked because you have stone and you have lots of crevices. We have nice stone out there, but if you go between the stone, it leaks. And so it never really worked very well. And it was a bad color. It was gray. It's concrete and stone, so it's gray. And I had the idea, along with some great people that worked for us. Doug Burgum was fantastic. His group, Greg, everybody. And we worked very hard, but it was going to cost $400 million, and we did it for about $10 million. It was going to take 4 years to build, and we did it in like a month and a half. And we would have had a construction site out there for years, and it wouldn't have worked when they built it. So when they told me what they were going to do, I said, that's not a good idea. I built many swimming pools as a builder. I built hundreds of them. And I got one of our contractors, I had him take a look. And he said, oh, we can do a great job. If you could just give us a decent surface. The surface was inside, so we sandblasted the surface. We fumigated it. We took out 11 dumpsters, big dumpsters full of garbage. It was all garbage strewn. Some of the garbage was there for years. It was all disgusting, and it smelled. And anyway, we took 11 dumpsters of garbage out. With shovels. We had a shovel inside of what's called a pool or a lake, and got it clean. We then fumigated it. We then sandblasted the entire thing, washed it, cleaned it, scrubbed it, sandblasted it. Then we gave it a test. Then we rinsed it out, and we gave them a beautiful surface. And then they put a swimming pool topping, but industrial strength. It's industrial strength. It's used for tanks and lots of other things to hold water. And we worked out the ratios of expansion and contraction because, believe it or not, when you have something that's 2,500 feet long, there's tremendous expansion. And who would think of this? Only person that does it, like me. And they have a lot of expansion and contraction. So when we're putting the surface down, would leave areas that can expand and contract a little bit because it expands over 1.5 feet. Can you believe it? So I would have ripped it apart. So we left areas of expansion and contraction. We were testing it for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It works great. And we just opened it last night and people are going wild over it. So it was going to cost $400 million and we did it for 10, probably 10 if you take away a couple of things. We did a much bigger job than originally planned because once we put that in, it looked so good. The sidewalks outside didn't look good anymore. You know, they looked like they were in good shape. But when you do something new in this business, you do something new, the thing that you thought were good, you save it. So we ended up sandblasting, steam cleaning and sandblasting the sidewalks around it. And we had a lot of areas that were in bad shape. We had to fix them. We patched them and you can't even see the patch. We have granite surrounding the pool and the granite's great, but it was filthy, dirty, disgusting. And it was broken in some cases. We were able to carve out pieces from other pieces that were identical and put them in and you can't even see the seam. And it's like a beautiful, it's in better shape than it was when it was built. I tell you, from 1922, never worked because it always leaked because it had a stone base, the water leaked through the stone. So we're very proud of it. It's going to be great. Now we're doing a new surface on the World War II fountain because the surface is so bad. And that'll be done during the next we're going to start it in a week or so and finish it very quickly. But we've done a great job. And the city everyone's coming up to me and saying, the city is so beautiful. So we have 22 fountains that none of them worked. The earliest, I'm telling you, is 50 years. For 50 years, some of them haven't worked for 100 years. But we have fountains that were not working and were disgusting and dirty. And they're all beautiful now, every one of them. We also took care of a lot of the monuments, not fountains, but monuments, and they're all in good shape. Some of them are being finished up now. And it's incredible. And my goal was to get it all done along with Interior and others that worked with us to get it done before the July 4th date. July 4th was a very important date. So that was the date we looked at, and we did a hell of a job. But everybody's looking at that reflecting pool. They can't believe it. Reflects. We used a dark blue. It's called American flag blue. I wanted to go light, but they said, sir, light doesn't reflect. And light shows leaves and garbage, if garbage. One man said, sir, when you leave, it'll be strewn with garbage again. You don't want that. See, when I'm here, it'll be perfect. But when I leave, I said, you're right about that. You're probably right, depending on who's president or who's running it. But it's really beautiful. It's something for you to see. It's incredible. It's the longest pool in the world by 3 or 4 times. It's really pretty amazing. That's where Martin Luther King made his great speech. And they say he had 1 million people. And I made a speech there for July 4th a few years ago. And they said, and I was packed. And they said, I had 25,000 people. They said he had 1 million. But when you look at the picture, I said, well, wait, the people are even tighter at mine. I had more people than him, but they said I had 25,000 and he had 1 million. But I'm not going to argue with Martin Luther King because I don't know. But the Secure America Act provides $38 billion to ICE, $26 billion to Border Patrol to ensure these critical law enforcement agencies have the necessary resources to do their jobs, protecting our borders and getting criminal aliens out of the country. And starting on day one of my administration, we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border people out of this country. We got them out. I'll give you an example. In Washington, I don't even know if you know this, it's not just police. You have criminals, you have career criminals. There's nothing you can do to make them nice. They're tough people, they're bad people. Some of them had records, 22, 23, one had 28 arrests and rough arrests for murder. And we took out almost 5,000 people out of Washington, D.C. And if you remember, so 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. When you hear that number, it's great. I love that number because you could handle 2%. If it's 91, create 91, that's no good. Too many people. But 2% of the people, and we took 5,000, almost 5,000 people out of Washington, D.C. They'll never come back. In addition, the National Guard, and we worked with the police department, law enforcement was great. And we have a very safe city. Everyone's going out to eat now. Restaurants were all closed. They were all closing. The few that were open were closing. And now you can't get a restaurant in Washington. Everyone wants to have a restaurant. And it's a whole different, so it's something we're very proud of. New Orleans, the same thing, by the way. It's a little earlier in the process. But if I got a call from your governor, I got a call from Steve. They called me together, actually, and they said,
Safest Mardi Gras?
They said, we've never had a Mardi Gras like that. They had the lowest crime they've ever had in the history of the Mardi Gras, which has been going on for a long time. They usually, Steve said, they usually have numerous numbers of murders. They had none, but beyond murders, I heard it was the best you've ever had.
It really was. A great Super Bowl, too. That you were at.
And Memphis, and that's going to be great for the Super Bowl because we'll keep it that way. I think you're bidding on the Super Bowl coming in
2031.
Yeah, and it's going to be now. You can really say it was a safe city. And the other one is Memphis. Crime is down 77%. Can you believe it? People are calling me up, friends that were leaving Memphis. We're all leaving, and now they're staying. And the governor's, everyone's thrilled. It's amazing. And if they would call me for Chicago, would straighten out Chicago so fast, would straighten out New York fast, would straighten out Los Angeles fast. We do it really well. And part of it is you have to get the really bad ones. You have to get the career criminals out because they'll hit you hard, and they ought to get rid of, by the way, cashless bail. You ought to do that as soon as possible. Mark Wayne, where they walk in, they commit a crime, they go out, in the afternoon, they commit another crime. And sometimes those crimes are murder.
Right back on the street, that's right.
Cashless, I'll tell you what, cashless bail was a tremendous help to criminals. It's one of the greatest things that ever happened to a criminal. And they ought to end it. In every city, they ought to end it. Chicago, New York, LA, they ought to end it. Starting on day one of my administration, we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent open border in the world. We had the most unsafe border, I believe, anywhere in the world. And the numbers came out 2 days ago that for 11 months, not one person came into our country illegally through the southern border. We had 25 million people come in over a 4-year period. We have it good. And nobody tries to come in. All the caravans, I came up with the name caravan. You'd have 25, 30,000 people coming up and they'd pour through the border. You've seen the scenes where they were knocking over the fences. Very, very bad, very dangerous situation. We don't have them anymore because they know they can't get through. So when they know they can't get through, they don't come. And a lot of lives are saved. Women were being raped on the journey up. They were being raped in numbers. 25, 30% were being raped coming up. You don't have that anymore because they don't come up in caravans anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So starting on day one, we took the most dangerous and unsafe, violent, open border in the world, and we created the most secure border anywhere in our country, probably one of the most in the world. I believe it was the most insecure and unsecure border anywhere in the world because there's no country, even a third world country, that has a situation like that where you'd have criminals just walk across totally unchecked. They had it wasn't Biden, he didn't know what the hell was going on. It was people that are radical left lunatics who were very smart, very violent, very vicious, politically vicious. And they allowed this open border policy where millions of people came into our country, unchecked, unvetted, people from jails, drug dealers, people from mental institutions. Jails and mental institutions from all over the world were emptied out into our country. And we've got a lot of them out. We have a ways to go. It's very tough with the courts because the judges have been very terrible. They've been terrible.
ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਤੋਂ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਇਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਕੁਇਕਲੀ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਲਾਈਵ ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਮਾਧਿਅਮ ਤੋਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਵਾਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਰਾਈਟ ਨਾਓ as police braces they are preparing or braces for more protests following knife attack. I'm just showing you some information live from Belfast. Just give me 1 minute. Yes, go ahead. That's the live footage from Belfast. I'll be joining you in a minute. That's the live footage from the Belfast via Sky News. Police is on every nook and corner right now.
The perfect domain tells your brand story. Grab it now on Wix and go from what if to what's next.
So that's the live footage as Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the Secretary of State, Hilary, and other leaders, they said that there's going to be more police presence on the Belfast and across UK just to ensure there should not be any kind of disorder or any kind of unrest on the streets. So here we are looking live from Belfast on different streets. And there are a lot of paramedics and first responders and large presence of police officials on different streets. And this live footage, which I am sharing here, is from Sky News. I'm just going to join in a couple of minutes. So, the protesters are throwing, I think, stones or some kind of stuff on the police. We can see clearly. Oh, what is that? That's police ERT, emergency response team. So now police is charging, marching towards the rioters. Let's see how the situation unfolds. Let me just get you more information. So the protesters are throwing some kind of stones or projectiles towards the police. That's what we can see. TransLink in Northern Ireland, TransLink cancels all their bus and rail services. That is also one of the news. Abby Brown, thank you so much. TransLink cancels all their buses and rail services across Northern Ireland due to these protests, and as well as there has been a cancellation of two performances from Mean Girls UK tour that has been cancelled as well. These performances were scheduled for the Grand Opera House in Belfast, but GPO, Grand Opera House, they said that another two performances of the Mean Girls UK tour have been cancelled. Last night performance was cancelled as well. Now the theatre has released a statement that today's Wednesday 10th and Thursday 11th June the matinee performances will not go ahead. Quote unquote, they said, we regret to inform that the following two performances will not ahead as scheduled. That's what the new situation is, the current situation is. Let me just check more information on this. More informations are coming. Let me just share some more information from another angle. One sec, guys. Police is using water cannons now. Police is using water cannons. Let me just move this. So the latest news is the crowd have now also gathered in Cold Rain. Cold Rain, where police are blocking the road. The situation is very volatile right now. Let me just check from some other sources as well. See, they're throwing some kind of projectile, and now they deployed the water cannons. Police deployed the water cannons. This place is just 10 minutes from the city center, from north of the city center. This is what I am hearing right now. This place is just 10 minutes away from the north of the city center in Belfast. If somebody is having some information they can share as well. Cars Fire Rights, Alban Lai. Cars Fire Rights Protests Live, Car Fire Rights Protest Live Fire. Can you share some picture, Alban Lai? Can you share some pictures if you don't mind? Send me in my DM, please. If you have some pictures. So they blocked the road. They make a fence. They are still throwing the projectiles. I think I've seen a pile of bricks. So now police is marching towards them. See, they all are wearing black. Most of them. One is wearing white as well, I can see. And most of them are wearing all black clothing. Let me just check some more information. Let me just get some more information. I think we are ahead the information. I just came to know a water tanker has been set on fire. Let me just check. Where is that water tanker which is said to be on fire? One second. Let me just check. The water tanker, which there's another news from Middle East that US B-52 bomber that departed from Sicily is now reported over Saudi Arabia. I think the situation is tense in Middle East as well, guys. So I might gonna share some information of Middle East as well in the middle. Let me just check some more information. Even Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, he said that the campaign against Iran is far from over. The IDF is prepared to strike Iran with great force. That's what I am hearing now. I'm going to share that as well, but after this, first we're gonna check this. Let me get some more information. Still, water cannons are being deployed. So now they are going to the different street. I'll show you from different angle as well. Just one second. I have certain other videos. I'm going to share those videos as well with you. 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. I think there is some issue with the live feed right now. There is some issue with the live feed right now. Let me just take you to, I'm just waiting for the live feed. Live feed is, I think there is some issue with the live feed. It's not just only with me, it's with everyone. But I'm just going to share some other sources. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Just going to share some other sources. See yourself. It's a different angle. That's from the ground. The other one was from the aerial view. That was the bird view. And these are from the ground. Let me just get some more information. 1 second. Yes, I'm getting the live feed once again. I'm getting the live feed once again. Yes. So the water tanker, 1 second, I'm receiving some footage. 1 second. I'm not sure which street is this, but let me just check some more information. I think this night is going to be a very tough night for Belfast first responders. That's what I can see right now. That's what I can see. Let me get you more information. The Telegraph news outlet is sharing that a hit list of migrants home has been drawn up and circulated online. Telegraph is mentioning, 1 second, guys, let me just show you. I'm just getting some more information. Just give me a few minutes. Just give me a few minutes. 1 sec. So that's what Telegraph is claiming. That's what the Telegraph is claiming. It says, writers share hit list of migrant homes as Belfast braces for more unrest. A hit list of migrants' homes has been drawn up and circulated online as Belfast braces for a second night of disorder. Marks writer torched homes, a Middle Eastern supermarket, a bus and a police cars on Tuesday night after a Sudanese asylum seeker was charged over a knife attack which left Stephen Ogilvie in hospital. On Wednesday, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, PSNI, flew in 200 officers to help quell any further unrest. And that's the latest situation. You can see the groups of young men, all masked, most of them in black clothing. I think they are okay. I thought maybe they are just damaging some property. No, this came from the other side. Yes, they are throwing bricks, not any other projectile kind of. Food delivery services has been suspended in Belfast. There is limited food deliveries right now. Limited food delivery services are in Belfast. Ronnie Whitman, thank you so much. You joined as well. And there are only limited food delivery services are active in Belfast. In case if you want to grab something, if you want to get something, go grab, stay safe. Especially migrants are right now in tension. Let's check. I'm just checking some more information, guys. Sandy Nose Roundabout says, I think. Sandy Nose Roundabout. That's the roundabout. They set on fire. Oh, so they are now, I think, filling the water tank. I'm trying to get some more information from different sources if I can. That is the top news in the Telegraph. One sec. Let me check if I can get some more footage from the ground. From the ground. I don't think they all are protesters. There are certain people, those who have their homes there and they are just standing outside. I don't think they all are protesters. I don't think they all are protesters. It's not a big number at this place. The family on the left, they are just watching it from their own property. So I don't think anyone should count them as protester. There's the family on the right top corner. They are observing the situation as well. So I think it's pretty clear from this side now. I can see some people in the park. Not sure whether they are part of that group of protesters. People must be scared. The residents must be scared. Nobody knows what's going to happen next. So they are filling the water tanks, I think. Police officers also bringing their shields and security gears. Let me check what BBC is saying. BBC is on the scene as well. They're doing a live coverage from the ground, but it's still the same. They're using the same footage on the side, and they have their reporters in Belfast. So it's not making any difference, to be honest, because no one can go in this deep as this camera is going right now in front of us. There's a news update from Iran. One of our senior Iranian officials warned war won't be limited to the region. So there are some tensions in Middle East as well. Iran just released some dramatic footage of alleged missile attacks on US bases as well. Uh-oh. One sec. Is it a tear gas or what? No, I don't think it's tear gas. What's this? What is this white powder? Either CS gas or CN gas, I'm not sure. Is it CS gas? Tear gas, I don't know. So they're breaking the big bricks into small pieces. Testers are now they are throwing the bricks into a bin as a stockpile. They're just taking the public property. I'm not, oh shoot. It's not a good sign. I think sooner or later, situation gonna go out of hand. Oh. It's a young kid. Seems like a young kid. He's collecting the bricks as well. It's a young kid. I don't think they know that their faces have been captured, or their house or that area has been captured by a chopper and by a camera as well. There's another issue with the live right now. 1 second. Is it just only with us or with others as well? One sec. I have to change the feed. 1 sec. One second, guys. Oops, sorry. Okay, fine. Once again. It's a full brick battle in Belfast. So once again, there's a battle with bricks. So it's Sandy Nose area. It's outside the city. The other people are just watching. It's not everyone is part of this protest. Just a group of this is an organized group. I don't know. They are going into private property as well. I'm surprised. I have a doubt whether they are from Belfast as well. So they are going into other people's house. They are taking shelter there, the one guy. There are people standing on the right side in the park. They are not coming out. They are not throwing anything. There is just a handful of people. Those who are creating chaos. Let me just move this. I'm not sure whether these water cannons can stop them or. Oh, so they disperse the general public as well from the park. That's what is happening now. See, this guy gave something. I don't know what. Oh, shoot. Some burning thing. He's throwing something with the flames. So this guy in gray hoodie, he gave something to the guy in black hoodie. And they threw some kind of objects which were burning. So it's a big conspiracy. It's not just only what I can. That's my observation. I'm not sure how you guys thinking. That's my observation. It's more than a protest. Oh, they are taking the shelter of bus shelter, from bus shelter. Police should come forward. Let me get some more information. Oh, they threw a garbage bin. So it's just a one point right now where we can see this chaos. Not sure what is happening in the other sides of the city. They are instigating the police. They are going closer and closer. Uh-oh. What is this white stuff? Oh, there's some kind of. Okay. Okay. I think there is some kind of smoke coming out. See, there's some kind of smoke coming out. So they have, now they are burning the stuff. Who is using the car on that street? It's a big number. It's not a small number. Big number. See, they are there once again. They are just. The people those who are on the side, these youngsters, the three guys on the side, they, from this side, They have through some kind of burning substance. I don't know what. Something with the flames. What the hell is that? So, no, they're gonna. No, it's gonna be tough for them. They cannot stand with the water cannon. No. See, they cannot stand with in front of water cannon. Squad is water cannon for a reason. Squad water cannon for a reason. Oh, what is this? They're breaking a gate. They're damaging the public property now. That's disgusting. So this police team basically contained them into that side, so they should not come from behind. Oh, so the police is coming from the other side as well now. No, it's same. It's same. It's the different angle. It's the different angle. It's a different angle. There are a lot of bricks. Thrown towards the police. And there's some kind of white paint they have thrown on the police vehicle. What I can see, some kind of white paint. You're watching this live program on News Derby on all my channels, on my X handle, on my YouTube channel, and on my Facebook channel, on my Instagram channel. My request to all of you to kindly like, share, and subscribe. That's my humble request to all of you. Please like, share, and subscribe. They're going very close. Very close. I think police are going to start the water cannon once again. They're getting very close. They're taking the shelter in the private properties now. See, they all are in black clothing, dark color clothing, except one. I'm talking about the protesters, not the bystanders. Most of them are wearing the dark clothing. Let me check if UK's Prime Minister. Oh, no, they're running. Are they using the side as well? Now the police is charging towards them. They're saying something to that, those residents. I don't know what. So right now this whole feed is stuck at one point. And only this is the side which I can see right now. Let me just check some other parts of Belfast. Let me just check. The situation is tense right now. See? The police is charged. Oh, as same as the protesters as well. This is going one step behind. Oh. So police is going through a strategy. They're trying to hinder the police movement by collecting all these bins and chairs. I'm pretty sure they're using these bins. They're collecting these bins from the residents' homes. Ah, see, they're burning. They're burning those chairs and those bins just to hinder the police movement. What the heck was that? Oh, so that's some sort of, seems like fire extinguisher or something to contain the fire. Now they are burning once again. They are using it as a barricade, self-made barricade, like just to hinder the police movement. That's all. That's what the protesters are trying to do. That's what I can understand. They are using the chairs and bins as a makeshift barrier. Just in the middle of the street, an effort to block and slow and hinder the police movement, police advance. So I think pretty much Belfast is if we look at the broader picture, Belfast seems quieter right now. Not that these protests are taking place at every street or at a very or big level. Seems like it's just contained in one street only in this street. I don't know where's the fire tender. I can't see any fire brigade team. These are not, seems like protesters. I don't know. Please just block this area. Sandy Row. Let me check Sandy Row. It's not a very big street. It's not a very big street. If it is happening over here, see, they're burning more bins. They're burning more bins. And these are the big trash bins. That's the damage to the public property. I think there's going to be some arrests tonight. Seems like there's going to be some arrests tonight. See, they are taking the public property. Oh, shoot! They are damaging the lawn. That's very sad. That's not appreciable. That's not at all appreciable. They are damaging private property now. That's very bad. That's the difference between a protester and a rioter. They are damaging the private property now. That's not good. What are they bringing now? What is this? Is it like a books or something? Are they bringing books? That's a fire extinguisher. That's not going in the right direction. No, not books. These are like some kind of advertisement, like advertisement material or something. I don't know. What is this? Seems like a fire extinguisher. What is there something else? Yeah, they are damaging the properties. It's pretty sad. It's pretty sad. There's a senior going. You can't do anything when these protesters they're going to take something. It's such a bad situation. Seems like there's a gas station, petrol pump near. I'm feeling sorry for those homes. There's going to be a smoke in their houses. That's another damage as well for them. But I don't understand why they chose to target this street. Why they're protesting in this street. So it's getting bad now. It's getting bad. It's getting bad. Because it's going dark as well. The sun is setting. What is the time right now? Current time. It's 10 o'clock. It's 10:09. It's 10:09. That's Newton Abbey. That's Newton Abbey. It's not Sandy Row. See, that guy is bringing something from other people's home. I don't know what. It's going dark and dark. I think it's night this night. So Maxol. It's Maxol. Oh, what the heck? What are they doing? Ah, see, the residents are now shouting. Shit. That's becoming serious now. Oh, so that's such a shame. They just dragged the old vehicle from someone's property and now they are using it as a barricade. They just dragged it from someone's property. So there is going to be some, most probably some arrests, if not, maybe charges. That's not a good situation. It's been more than 5 hours. They just dragged somebody's old vehicle from the property, the protesters, and now they are using it as a barricade in the middle of the street. So see, that's like a firewall. That's like a firewall. BBC is reporting right now that One sec. What BBC is reporting? BBC is reporting that minor trouble in Londonderry as items set on fire. Police are maintaining a presence near the Tully Alley estate in Londonderry. After some minor disorder in the area earlier this evening, a group of youth, some of them masked, set fire a number of items including wheelie bins and a salt box, with motorists advised to avoid. Sky News is confirming that plastic bullets fired by police. That's what Sky News is confirming. Oh, they said someone's shoot. Are they setting someone's property on fire? Seems like it's outer house. There's a gas station next to it. There's a petrol pump next to it. This what has been shared by Sky News. Let me just show you quickly. 6 minutes ago. Plastic bullets fired by police during unrest. Police used plastic bullet to try to quell a disturbance in North Belfast, according to Sky's Tom Parmenter. He says, we saw the water cannon deployed for the first time this week, and we have seen the police use plastic bullets to fire towards the crowd. We are not sure if anyone was hit by those, but it was a situation that earlier this evening was very volatile. It has subsided in the least half an hour or so. So Sky News is confirming that plastic bullets have been fired. to disrupt or to disperse. Not sure whether they hit someone or not, but this is what the current situation is. That old car that is set on fire now. If we look at the left side of the screen, you can see someone is taking the bin from someone's property. Yeah. Thank you, Matthew Bernard. Thank you, Kevin McFarland. So Telegraph is reporting that rioters clash with police near migrant hotel. Let me show you. Once again, there's a water cannon. So night is getting darker. Night is getting darker, and let's see if this chopper gonna take us somewhere else. And one sec. So there's a hotel in Chimney Corner Hotel. The Telegraph is reporting that the protesters are marching towards the Chimney Corner Hotel, where asylum seekers are being housed. That's what Telegraph is reporting right now. Let me just share with you from direct source. Let me just share. Just one sec. Quickly. Let me just share it with you. 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. I'm just going to take you back 1 second. Quickly. That's Telegraph. That's Telegraph Live, Telegraph's website. And it says rioters clash with police near migrant hotel. The first is the protesters were marching towards the Chimney Corner Hotel, where asylum seekers are being housed, but were blocked by armored vehicles and water cannons on Wednesday night. The disorder comes despite calls for calm from the political parties and police chiefs. In a joint statement, Stormont ministers warned protesters that the eyes of the world are watching. The call for restraint followed widespread rioting on Tuesday night, which saw homes torched and a bus and a police car set on fire. Let me just take you back. Once again. to the live footage. Still, the chopper is in the sky. Chopper is still in the sky. Let me just check. Oops. 1 second, guys. Just 1 sec. 1 sec. Oops. I think the live stream is turned off. That's what I can see now. The live stream is turned off. But as I said, let me just take you to let me get some more information. I'm trying to get some more information from different sources. The water tanker, which I told earlier, it was set on fire. I have the video footage of that now. I have the video footage of that now. 1 sec. Let me just get some more info. Let me get some more info. That's old footage, by the way. That's old footage. Let me get some more info. I can get more info. As I have to take you to Middle East now. Just 3 minutes ago, US CENTCOM confirmed that there are US CENTCOM confirmed more strikes on Iran. More strikes on Iran. 1 sec. The US launches multi-target attack inside Iran. That's the breaking news for now. That's the latest news. President Donald Trump, he mentioned earlier that we are going to hit Iran very hard and they're going to pay the price. So now, just a few minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, to be exact, to be precise, 3 minutes ago, CENTCOM confirmed 5:15 Pacific Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Time. It's 2:41 Pacific Time. So you can say just like 30 minutes ago, less than 30 minutes ago, against US Central Command forces began launching additional self-defense strikes against multiple targets in Iran. At the commander-in-chief's direction, the strikes are in the response of Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. So we have to change. Let me just show you some videos which I am getting now from Iran. Let me just show you one second. Just now. So that's what US Central Command, CENTCOM, has said, that they are targeting what he has said early in the morning. I'll just share it with you. One sec. Two explosion now heard at Bandar Abbas. Two explosions. Let me just check Fars News. Let me just check Fars News. So the US-Iran conflict is escalating now. Let me just show you some videos. One sec. That's what Donald Trump said a few hours ago regarding Iran. That's what Donald Trump said a few minutes ago.
Working with Iran for a number of months, and they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, it totally prohibits them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And it was just tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing. So they then shot at our helicopter, very expensive helicopter, by the way, but much more importantly, the two men, fortunately, they're okay. But an amazing rescue. If you ever get a clip, you won't believe the rescue, how cool it was. The equipment we have. Look, we have the strongest military in the world. And I gave them a break at the request of Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan are great. We stopped them from going to war with India. You would have had a nuclear war if it wasn't for me. But they became friendly to me, very friendly, and they're close to Iran, and they worked, and they still are working on trying them to do what's right. But we want a deal that's meaningful. We want a deal that works. We don't want to just have a Barack Hussein Obama deal, JCPOA, the worst deal. That was a path to a nuclear. It's the exact opposite. You know, I like on television, say, oh, they should have kept that deal. First of all, it was over. It was a short-term deal. But that deal was a path to a nuclear weapon. This is a path against a nuclear. You can't have a nuclear weapon. His was a path to a nuclear weapon. They were developing during his administration nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, there'd be no Israel, there'd be no Middle East, and they would have absolutely shot at us. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them hard yesterday, and we're going to hit them again hard today, in case you miss it, in case you don't turn on your television set.
So this is what is important. This is what is important when he said this. This is what is important what he said today. That we're gonna hit them hard today.
His administration, nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, there'd be no Israel, there'd be no Middle East, and they would have absolutely shot at us. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them hard yesterday, and we're going to hit them again hard today, in case you miss it, in case you don't turn on your television set. And we'll see what happens with the deal. We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because you know what? They dealt with some very stupid presidents. I have to say that. I'm embarrassed to say it. Some very stupid people were sitting there.
So that's what he said early in the morning during the Secure America Act announcement.
I've been working with.
We are going to. We hit them hard yesterday, and we are going to hit them again hard today. So that time is now. Let me check the IRIB's account if there is anything. One second. One second. Sorry. Al Jazeera is quoting IRNA. That's Iranian news outlet. Al Jazeera is claiming that Iranian outlet is reporting that explosions heard in Kashmir and Hangam area were caused by projectiles. Let me just check if I can pull some live footage of Middle East. Let me just show you some live cameras. Just one sec. I have so many multiple cameras, channels, but I want to share the authentic one. Just one sec. I'll show you from open source. From open source. One sec. I can't see anything right now, but I can't see anything right now. Let me just check. These are Intel cams. In case if I am getting something. So US Embassy in Baghdad just told Americans to brace for some more troubling time. Just few minutes ago, just few hours ago, I should say, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth just before announcing this attack, Pete Hegseth speaks to the media. Let me just share that information with you. One sec. US bomb again. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense to be exactly, but President Donald Trump calls him Secretary of War.
Central Command. Admiral Cooper, the commander of CENTCOM, was going to be here with me. We just got done with detailed briefings, but of course he is busy because CENTCOM, Central Command, will be busy tonight because President Trump said we will be hitting Iran hard, and we will be, because Iran has a chance to make a good deal, a great deal, to codify what they said they've been willing to do, and they haven't been willing to do it. So, as President Trump said, they've been tapping. You can see when someone's trying to tap on a deal. Instead, they're going to have tap bombs dropping on key facilities in Iran from the United States of America. And that's not because we want to restart anything we don't have to restart. It's because the War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects. And Admiral Cooper and the team here at CENTCOM has done a phenomenal job from the beginning on Epic Fury and through this blockade, ensuring that we have a chance to reach that end state, which is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, which they say they don't want. And so since we're so close to that negotiated deal, if that's the case, they should step up and do it. There's another thing that was revealed today by the president that the press has not been aware of, but certainly this building, the U.S. Central Command, has known, is that Project Freedom, the idea of running ships through the Strait of Hormuz, it never stopped. It just went underground. And so there's some things the public knows and some things the public doesn't know. But ultimately, we've been protecting commercial shipping going through the Strait of Hormuz, as the president announced, to the tune of over 100 million barrels that have moved through and more in the middle of the night, protected by the United States in a way that Iran can't stop. They can't see it and they can't stop it. So answer me this. If our blockade is ironclad, which it is, we just disabled another tanker attempting to leave just yesterday. Our blockade has stopped almost 140 ships attempting to navigate in or out to Iranian ports. So if our blockade is ironclad, which it is, and we're able to move commercial shipping in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, who controls the Strait of Hormuz? And President Trump said it, and he's right. The United States of America controls the Strait of Hormuz. We're able to bring oil in and out and other things with partners, and have done so now for weeks and weeks in ways the Iranians don't want to acknowledge. That's a powerful reality on the ground. Add that to what the United States military, what Central Command did to their Navy, to their Air Force, to their air defenses, to their power projection capabilities. And we know exactly on this ledger who's on the strong end and who is not, who's had decisive effects and who can't defend. And so from the beginning, we've shown overwhelmingly the kind of capabilities the War Department can bring. This building continues to plan. And so those strikes that'll happen tonight will be strong. They will be clear. If they happen to happen tomorrow night, they will be strong and they will be clear. And throughout, Iran has an opportunity to make a deal. That's the point. President Trump is a deal maker, the best in the world. He's prepared to make that deal. Iran would be wise to take it. Otherwise, they would have to deal with the types of plans that I just had a chance to see inside Central Command. And I'll end with this. I had a chance to thank the thousands of incredible Americans here at the headquarters that represent the tens of thousands out in theater, just the absolute best, dedicated to the success of this mission. Whether it was Epic Fury or the blockade and the ceasefire and the things that have happened underneath it, to give the president all the space he needs to make a great deal. They're enthusiastic about this historic mission. They're enthusiastic about the incredible results that CENTCOM has shown, and the media wants to spin it. They always want to make America look bad. They always want to make the president look bad and make it look like he hasn't accomplished incredible things. What CENTCOM has done here has been historic. And the military objectives that they've achieved have reset the table in this region and set the table for the kind of movement through the Strait of Hormuz based on U.S. control that changes the whole game. We know how much pressure Iran is under. It's clear. We see it. We read about it. We understand it, and so do they. And they would be wise to make only the kind of deal that President Trump would accept, which is a great deal. I'll take a few questions.
Mr. Secretary, 2 questions on Iran. With this latest response from Iran last night, have they not clearly violated the ceasefire? Have you underestimated Iran's military resolve? Like, why do you keep going back to trying to hit the same targets? And furthermore, you just mentioned—
Who said we were going back to hit the same target?
Haven't you been targeting—
Most of their shots, by the way, missed and were shot down by us. So their efficacy and their ability to actually strike is incredibly diminished. And thankfully so. Our air defenders are incredible, and the capabilities we have are incredible. No one said anything about restriking, and we're hitting additional targets. You resurface them when you have to, but ultimately we know exactly what we're hitting and why, and they can't stop us in that capacity, which means they're going to be less able to see and sense the things they want to be aware of.
And
So
then furthermore, you just mentioned you're going to plan to hit them and strike them hard tonight. If the response is in hitting bridges, electrical infrastructure, how would that not be a war crime potentially targeting civilian infrastructure?
well, it's precisely the kind of disingenuous question that I'm used to from the media, impugning the motives of the folks on our side who are incredibly professional and incredibly effective. We will hit them hard on our terms, on the targets that improve the environment for us to operate in and undermine the capabilities that Iran wants to have. Again, they can't do that to us meaningfully the way that we can to them, but we're also clearly signaling to them, you have a choice. You have a choice in the way that you respond, and you have a choice with our incredible negotiating team in Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and the vice president and the president, across the board, prepared, Marco Rubio, the whole team, prepared to make a great deal that would benefit Iran. They choose not to, and as a result, they're going to meet United States Central Command again tonight in the way the president laid out clearly. Yes.
So in the event that the Iranians don't come to the table and they keep playing games and they refuse to make a deal, how certain are you on our targeting ability to immediately find and finish off and execute every remaining senior leader within the Islamic Republic of Iran in IRGC?
Well, let's just say this command has used the ceasefire wisely and with great efficiency to ensure that we are refining our intelligence and target sets in a way that are far, far beyond even the beginning of Epic Fury. And that's a part of what I had a chance to see today. So when you see the commencement of Epic Fury, if a conflict were to have to recommence, our ability to target, our ability to sense, our ability to see, our ability to get into networks has only been vastly improved over time. So, and that's certainly what the commanders relayed to me. So the historic success of Epic Fury would only be built upon, whether it's personnel, locations, capabilities, you name it. And again, remember, Iran doesn't have a defense industrial base, and what they have is extremely limited, meaning they don't have the ability right now to make more missiles or make more drones. What they have is what they have, and if they've dug it out, we'll strike it again if we need to. So we know the terms, and we've got always more capability to bring. Yeah, Phil.
Secretary, last night the U.S. hit nearly 20 targets inside Iran. Will today's strikes be bigger? And what can you tell us about the status of the wounded Apache pilots who went down yesterday?
The Apache pilots are in good shape. What they did, bringing that thing down, was incredible. It was just class A work by the great Americans who are incredibly skilled. People don't realize, this is a contested environment. As we've noted, we're running ships through. Iran doesn't really know how to see them or how to sense them, and so they're doing well, in good spirits, and we're grateful for everything they've done to protect the shipping and our interest in the process. What was your first question
and the
again?
strikes tonight, are they going to be bigger, more strikes than last night?
We're as you know, we're not in the business of revealing what we're going to do or not going to do, but ultimately what we do tonight are going to advance our military interests and also enhance our diplomatic position. Because again, President Trump, he's willing to go back and fight as necessary, but has given Iran an open hand to make this deal. It's right there. They have that chance. They're choosing to play games. They're choosing to tap. If they want to tap, then the president will turn to the War Department. If we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs. And we're very good at it. Nobody better in the world. And again, so we're in lockstep with the White House, in lockstep with the negotiating team to make sure we set the conditions, and the targets tonight are meant to do that.
Just a follow up, I know we spent half the day at Gitmo with you. There's still currently 15 prisoners there, mostly Islamic jihadists. So given Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's detailed confessions to orchestrating 9/11 and other al-Qaeda plots, why has the United States government chosen to keep him alive and comfortable at Gitmo for decades, along with these other Islamic jihadists, instead of executing them and delivering justice for the 3,000 victims of 9/11 and the other service members who lost their lives?
This press conference was held approximately if I tell you exactly 2 hours ago. But now, what is the situation right now? I'll show you. There are certain videos are coming. One sec. I'll just show you. That's from Tehran. Tehran is the capital of Iran, and we can see some Iranian jets hovering on Tehran's sky. One sec. There are certain See this one. That's Tehran sky right now. And that's a latest latest image which has been shared, and I'll give you some more details on this image. This image is this came from just 1 second. Came from Iran, and one of the sources is saying, 1 sec. Here is that. That's the image, and that's the information. That's the information. Fars News is reporting a few. They're saying 11 minutes ago, hearing of explosion sounds in Sirik and Kesh. Moments ago, the sound of explosion was heard in Kashim and Sirik. At the same time, air defense in Kashim has been operating. Then they said a few minutes ago, the sound of several explosions were heard from the west of Bandar Abbas. Bandar Abbas is the coast next to the Strait of Hormuz. I'm just going to show you as well. People in Kargan, Minab have also heard the sound of several explosions. The exact location of these explosions is still unknown. A few minutes ago, a senior American official, Zionist media, that attacks on several points in Iran are underway. So Access Media just informed this thing that there's going to be more and more attacks, and now, 1 sec. There's another information on the way. That was the picture from the Bandar Abbas. And that's the video of those planes hovering over Tehran. Some reports are indicating that retaliatory Iranian strikes are already underway. Maybe they are planning to launch some ballistic missiles. Let's check. Let me just check some of the other media outlets. What are they saying? So there are 4 locations according to Mehr News Agency. Mehr News Agency, MEHR News Agency. Let me open here. Mehr, MEHR News Agency. They are saying, Mehr News Agency is saying, there are 4 locations where the Iranian media reported explosion. 4 locations. Southern towns of Sirik and Minab, Bandar Abbas, Kashim Island, and Gorgan. And Gorgan. 1 sec. I'll show you directly where that place is. Let me just clean my dashboard. Share you the exact location. 1 sec, guys. Exact location. So that's Bandar Abbas, this area. Can see yourself? Let me just come to this side so I can show you. This area is Bandar Abbas. This area. That's Hormuz. Hormuz Island. This is Hormuz Island. So this all is Hormuz Strait. The Strait of Hormuz, I must say. And this is Bandar Abbas. So this is the point. This is Kashmir, the area of Kashmir Island. This is Gombran. So this area right now is under attack. This area. This area is under attack. Let me just get you some information directly from the Iranian website. 1 second. Just 4 locations have been Houthis also warned that the continued US strikes on Iran could target a wider regional war. Houthis. So basically, where is Houthis area? Houthis area is this side. That's Houthis area. Red Sea area. This area is controlled by Houthis. Not exactly controlled by Houthis, but yes, they have their presence here. They have their presence here. This side. So if right now this strait is blocked, so if they block this strait or if they attack here, then there's going to be escalation. So that's the Strait of Hormuz. And now the Iranian media is claiming that Houthis now want, Houthi fighters, rebels or terrorists or whatever the countries are giving name, that the continued US strikes on Iran could trigger a wider regional war. And most probably they're gonna, the strait which I showed you, just below the, one sec. Just below the Yemen, this strait, this is Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Bab el-Mandeb. Bab el-Mandeb. Or Bab el-Mandab. I mean, different pronunciations you can say. This strait. They're going to disrupt this one. There's going to be a big impact on the global supply chain, for sure, if they shut down this strait. Let me just check if I have more information. So Iranian media, or the media personalities from Iran, I must say, there are certain news channels. I'll share with you one report by Al Jazeera. 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. Al Jazeera, they have their correspondents in Iran. Al Jazeera's Muhammad Wall. Muhammad Wall from V, not from W. Muhammad Wall. He is in Tehran. So he is reporting for Al Jazeera. He is reporting for Al Jazeera. So I'm just going to show that little clip. and then we're gonna move from there, and I'll show you some more details. That's Muhammad Val, VALL of Al Jazeera, reporting live from Tehran.
Reports on the local media about hearing air defenses being activated west of the capital, Tehran. We still don't have details about what's really happening there, but there is something, according to these reports. Apparently, there is an activity of air defenses in that area, and also explosions were heard from afar on the island of Kish. Again, no details yet about.
So that island of Kish is that area where I showed you the Kish Island and the Hormuz Island, the Strait of Hormuz, that passage. That is the main artery of that strait, the Strait of Hormuz, Kish Island and Hormuz Island. And that's the entry point of Iran.
That, and also there were an activity also of air defenses in Mohr. So we have 3 locations across the Iranian map.
They're saying 3.
Right now.
Mehr News said 4.
Air defense activities and sounds of explosions, at least in one of those places, and that's on Kish Island. So all of these might be indications of the beginning of what the Americans have been threatening over the last few hours, but we can't confirm any of this or whether it is the real beginning.
You can see the Strait of Hormuz
that as being threatened.
So this is Kish Island, this one, Keshm Island, and this small piece over here, this one is Hormuz Island. But this is the Strait of Hormuz. So all the activities are here, this part, on this part.
By Donald Trump and his Secretary of Defense. We know that the Iranian leaders have been very active throughout the day, threatening that Iran has what it takes. It has the military capabilities to defend itself, and that this time around, if it is attacked, then the retaliation will reach far beyond the region. Iran is threatening to extend the damage and the scope of this war if it is attacked again. They have also been threatening over the last couple of days or few days that not only the Strait of Hormuz will be at the center of this war, but maybe also Bab el-Mandeb, another choke point that will complete the siege or the blockade on any oil and gas that might be exported from the Gulf region, and that's going to double the extent and the intensity of the international energy crisis that has already been already been appearing because of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, it's everyone here is bracing for an active night, a night of war, perhaps. And the Iranians are waiting for this, as I say. They say they have what it means, and they are threatening that their armed forces are in full preparation and in full readiness to counter any challenge or any attack tonight.
So let's check some other sources. That's by the Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera's Muhammad Val, who is stationed in Tehran. That what he has said. In case if there's going to be more information on this, we're gonna go there. But let me just share some more information. Let me check Mehr News. What is Mehr News showing? Few hours ago, even Mehr News Agency, they shared one video which they are claiming has been released by IRGC, Islamic Republic Guard Corps, of the footage of its retaliatory missile operation targeting US bases and assets in the region. That is an old video that I can confirm, but I'm not very much sure whether it is from yesterday. Let me just play that video for you. Mehr News Agency, the MEHR, that's the Iranian news agency, they are claiming that IRGC released a video footage of its retaliatory missile attack targeting the US bases in Middle Eastern region. One sec. I'll share that video. This video. Not sure whether there is any sound or not.
این مشت‌های آهنی تا نابودی تک تک شما و اخراج شما از منطقه به حول و قوه الهی به سوی شما نواخته می شود.
There are more videos which I'm going to share with you, but there are more informations now coming from IRIB. IRIB is Islamic Revolutionary Information Broadcasting, Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. I'm sorry, IRIB. Now they are giving the information on their Telegram channel, not on any other channel. On Telegram channel, they are giving all the information on their Telegram channel. Let me just show you. What are they saying? IRIB. It's going to share directly from their Telegram account. That's by IRIB. They're saying multiple explosion reported in Kashmir, that island, which I showed you. And it says informed sources, contrary to circulating reports, there is no confirmation yet that the Asalue refinery zone has been targeted. Let me check if that has been targeted or not. What is Irani media reporting right now? Let me check. That's IRIB. It's an unsaid war. It seems like you can say it's conflict, or you can say it as a war. It's unsaid war. That's the news which is coming right now. Let me just share something else with you. So Iraqi sources report that the US Al-Harir base in Erbil, northern Iraq, was targeted by missiles from Iran. Additionally, Iraq's Al-Maluma website claims that Iran destroyed a US radar system in Iraqi Kurdistan. That's Iraqi website which claims Al-Maluma website. Let me check Al-Maluma website. I can open Al-Maluma website. Let me open Al-Maluma website and change it to what they are claiming is Al-Maluma website. What they are claiming is Al-Maluma website. Let me just show you. They shared an article. What are they saying? One sec. That's Al-Maluma website, and that's their main article, which I'm going to share with you. It's in Iraqi language or Farsi or Persian language. I don't know. Most probably, I think it's Arabic. One sec. It's Arabic, yeah. One sec. Oops. I think I was pretty excited. Let me just turn the English. Yeah, from Arabic to English, yes. So yes, let's go back to the same article. So this was the article. It says Iran surprised Trump with an advanced air defense system that shot down the latest American aircraft. Soleimania is the person, I think, who wrote this. On Wednesday, Mohammad al-Dhari, a leader in the ASM alliance, revealed that Iran surprised the Trump administration with a new defensive tactic after developing an advanced air defense system that succeeded in its first test by shooting down the latest American warplane and turning into wreckage. Al-Dhari told Al-Maluma news agency a new development has occurred in the war on Iran after the introduction of the new air defense system that was deployed for the first time and was able to shoot down an Apache helicopter. Shot down an Apache helicopter, which is one of the most prominent weapons of the American Air Force. This is what Al-Maluma website is claiming. Courtesy Al-Maluma website. That's what the story is. Al-Maluma website. That's Iraqi website. There's some more information's coming. One sec. There's a news right now, but I just need let me confirm it from some other sources as well. CNN is claiming that Qatari negotiators are still in Iran, but some independent sources are saying that that delegation has already been left. IRGC just released a statement. One sec. IRGC just released a statement. One second. So this is, let me take you from Al-Maluma website to Mehr News. Just one second, guys. And this is very important. That's what the actual news is. That's what Mehr, MEHR, Mehr News Agency is claiming. So it's June 11th. We have June 10th here, but there is June 11th, 1:38 a.m. What is the time in Tehran? It's 1:57 in Tehran. So just few minutes ago, Mehr News Agency they shared this info. One sec. Where is that? Here. Explosion reported in South Iran, local sources to Meher. And that's from Bandar Abbas, June 11th. MNA is the Meher News Agency. Local people in the southern HORMUZ province told Meher correspondent in early hours of Thursday, today is Wednesday in Canada, where from I am reporting right now. It's Thursday, past midnight, early hours, in Middle East, Asia, definitely in Japan. In early hours of Thursday, they had heard explosions in Bandar Abbas, Kashmir, Minab, Sirik, and Hangam Island, and some other areas. According to Meher reporter in Bandar Abbas in HORMUZ province on Persian Gulf on Thursday morning, explosions were reported in the cities of Bandar Abbas, Kashmir, Minab, Sirik, and Hangam Island by local sources and residents of surrounding villages. None of the official military and law enforcement apparatus have yet commented on the cause of these sounds by the time this news was being covered by Meher. Clashes have also occurred at sea between American and Iranian forces. That's the big news. That's really big news. Meher News Agency is claiming that there were clashes at sea between American and Iranian news agency, American and Iranian forces. Let me just get you some more information. There's another information coming. That's the latest situation in Middle East. Meher correspondent, what are they saying? Meher correspondent also reported air defense was activated in Mohor district in Fars province of Southwest. Last night attack was US Army on Iranian position in the south of the country. Harsh Iran's missile response. I think there is some typo mistake. So this is the latest news from Meher News Agency. Latest. Let me just check some more news from different sources. Trying to get some information from reliable sources. There is from Sirik Port, there are some pictures coming. Israeli authorities confirmed, one of their news channel, Can News. Can News, one of the reporters of Can News confirmed that Israelis are not part of this operation. Ite Blumenthal. Ite Blumenthal is correspondent for channel Can 11. He says the American attack in Iran, Israel is not involved at this stage in the strikes, according to security sources. That's what this Can News correspondent confirmed. What is IRGC saying? No, that is not confirmed. The IRGC, first open source intel, they shared some information. They deleted that information because the original IRGC statement is not publicly available. If it is there. Tehran Times. Tehran Times is having approximately more than 300,000 followers. They just shared a news. One sec. They just shared a news. Tehran Times, they just shared a breaking news. They are saying IRGC public relations following an F-16 fighter jet's violation of Persian Gulf airspace and the IRGC's air defense firing, the invading fighter jet fled just 9 minutes ago. What I can observe, it's more like a pressure tactic. I cannot confirm this news, but what I can do is I can take you to their page and I can show you the authenticity of this channel, and you can make up your mind whether you want to believe it or not. I'm just reporting, I'm just giving you the information from different sources. One sec, my bad. Yeah, it's not from Mehar News, it's from Tehran Times. I'll show you. Tehran Times, I'll take you directly to their page. So you can see yourself what's the authenticity of this page. So that's Tehran Times. You can see Iran's leading international daily newspaper. Based in Iran. So it's based in Iran, Irani newspaper. more than 300,000 followers. And that's what they, just 1 minute ago, they said, breaking. From this moment on, due to insecurity in the region, the Strait of Hormuz is declared closed to the passage of any type of ships, vessel, including oil tankers and commercial vessels, and any traffic will be targeted. The US claimed that the ship passed through the aforementioned strait is denied. So the Strait of Hormuz is declared closed. That's what Tehran Times is, just in front of you. I'm just going to take a bit of time because I have to post as well. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute ago, Tehran Times. One second, guys. That's what Tehran Times is. And it's not just only one information they shared. They shared multiple informations. So this was just 1 minute ago. Tehran Times, daily newspaper of Tehran, and has declared close. So now this is a big news. Now this is the big news. Strait of Hormuz is declared closed. That's what Tehran Times is saying. And just a few minutes ago, they said the Israeli radio and television organization claimed, citing security sources, Israel has no role in the current attacks on Iran. We have already mentioned that. Then they said Handala, a significant portion of the first and second wave of the US army attacks have been disrupted so far thanks to operation of the group's electronic warfare unit. That's a hackers unit, Handala. That is also mentioned in the Mehr News Agency as well. In Mehr News Agency, they mentioned this as well. I'll show you. I'll show you from the Mehr News Agency's portal as well. Let me take you to the Mehr News Agency, where they mentioned the Handala. See this. Handala warns US Army of harsh response to aggression. In a message, the group stated that missiles are all ready to launch and warned that any move by the United States or its allies would be met with a strong and decisive reaction. So this is Mehr News Agency is reporting this, as well as Tehran Times. So once again, what I feel, it is more likely, more or less, it's a psychological war as well. It's psychological war going on as well. It's not just only the physical war in the Strait. Let me just share some more information which is coming from different sources. So no one can confirm the IRGC statement. Wall Street Journal is mentioning something. 1 second. Wall Street Journal. Let me open. Oops. Some information is coming through or via Wall Street Journal, where they said Trump conveyed a message. I cannot confirm this, but this is what is in the media right now, that Wall Street Journal is claiming that Trump conveyed a message via Qatar that the strikes were a response to the Apache helicopter incident and were not intended to signal a wider conflict. Let me check some of. Yes. Strait of Hormuz is closed. That is for sure. That's for sure. Strait of Hormuz is closed. That's confirmed now from different sources, even by Al Jazeera as well. Strait of Hormuz is closed. That's the big news. That's the very big news. That's confirmed. Different sources are confirming. The Strait of Hormuz is officially closed. That's confirmed. That is confirmed now. 1 second, guys. Strait of Hormuz is closed. That's the latest in US and Iran war. At Strait Hormuz is closed. That's what making it as a big breaking news. Let me show you from the Al Jazeera, what Al Jazeera is saying. The same information which we have given, they given it as well 8 minutes ago, a similar time when we give this information. Iran's top joint military command says Strait of Hormuz closed. Iran's Mehr news agency is reporting. See, they are mentioning that agency and we just opened that agency and I mean, the information is there and everybody is going to, not going to take the accountability and going to give this, you can say, courtesy or opportunity to others that this is their news. So over here, Iran's Mehr news agency is reporting that Iran's top joint military command has ordered the closure of the Strait of Hormuz to all vessels, including oil tankers and commercial vessels, and vessels attempting passage will be targeted, it added. See, so the next thing. So all the news which Al Jazeera is giving right now, almost first 3 news. Let me just take you to their website. You will be surprised as well. That's Al Jazeera's website. That's Al Jazeera's website. And you can see yourself. One sec. This news, they are claiming, reported by Mehr News Agency. This news, claiming by Mehr News Agency. This news, claiming by Mehr News Agency. So first three news, Al Jazeera, the Qatari news channel, is even the fourth news, Mehr News Agency. Out of first five, the four news has been reported by Mehr News Agency. What is Mehr News Agency saying? Tehran time is giving fast information as well. 2 ships have been hit. One sec. That's what IRGC Navy is confirming. 2 ships attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz were hit. That's what Tehran Times is claiming right now. One second. Let me just share it with you. Let me share it. It's 9 minutes ago. Two ships attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz were hit. IRGC Navy. I don't know. I don't have any contact with IRGC Navy. But what IRIB? IRIB gave some information. Yes. Yes, IRIB confirming as well. IRIB confirming as well. And they are giving the credit to IRGC Navy as well. It's not just only Tehran Times, it's IRIB as well. IRIB as well. Let me just show you the IRIB's message, what they are reporting. So it's Tehran Times and it's IRIB. IRIB is claiming as well. So now the war or this conflict is escalating. That's what Tehran time is saying. That's what IRIB is claiming. Let me just check more information. IRIB is giving more information. Let me just take you to IRIB's website. Islamic Republic Information Broadcasting. What are they saying? From their Telegram channel. So they are claiming as well that 2 ships attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz were hit. Which ships were they? I don't know, but I'm just going to check some other sources. I'm going to check some other sources. So just few minutes ago, they mentioned this as well, around Central Military Headquarters. From this out, the Strait of Hormuz completely closed, and any ship that tries to pass through it will be targeted. 2 ships were targeted or hit, and they put this map. One second. They put this map. It's Tehran. Air defense activated in Robat Karim near Tehran. Robat Karim air defense system. So that means that most probably US is targeting Tehran now, the heart of Iran. So most probably US is targeting the heart of Iran. The heart of Iran is Tehran. That's what my understanding is. Let me check some more information. IRIB is not updating any other information, but I'm surprised at the Fars News Agency. Fars News Agency is not giving the information as well. Usually Fars News Agency gives. So Fars News Agency I'll show you the Fars News Agency. One sec. Let me just check if there is any other update from IRIB. There's no update, but there is an update on Fars News Agency. There is an update on Fars News Agency. Sorry. There is an update on Fars News Agency. Where is Fars News Agency? That's Fars News Agency. So what is Fars News Agency is claiming? Fars News is Farsi. Farsi is basically the Persian name of, or they use the language Farsi. So Fars is called as the Persia or Persian. So Fars News Agency is a Persian news agency, in other words. So just a few minutes ago, Fars News Agency claimed, one sec, I'll show you. 30 minutes ago, American fighter jet fleet under fire from IRGC air defense. I think I shared it with you from Tehran News Agency, or I think Mehr News Agency. That the both are Iranian as well, and this one is also Persian as well, Iranian as well. That's the Middle Eastern prospect. I can show you Fox News, I can show you CNN, I can show you BBC, what the Western media is saying, but this is what Persian media is saying. So they are claiming, the Fars News Agency is claiming, or they have claimed 30 minutes ago, American fighter jet flees under fire from IRGC air defense, IRGC. They are quoting IRGC here. Following the enemy F-16 fighter jets incursion into the Persian Gulf airspace and the launch of a missile from the IRGC air defense system towards it, the invading fighter jet fled. And then they said IRGC Navy, the same information which we shared already, 2 violator vessels that intended to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz was struck. Then they shared this 23 minutes ago. Navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is prohibited. Headquarters of Hazrat Khatm al-Anbiya, PBUH, I don't know what its PBUH is, but Hazrat Khatm al-Anbiya, from their headquarters, it is quoted that from this moment, due to the insecurity in the region, the Strait of Hormuz declared closed to the passage of any vessel, including tankers or commercial ships. That's what the latest from Fars News Agency, and they are claiming that IRGC targeted an F-16. F-16 is a very, so it's a very sophisticated fighter plane. It is not that new now. Still, I think it's 5th generation. Is F-16 5th gen fighter? Let me check. No, it's a 4th gen fighter. It's not 5th gen fighter, it's 4th gen fighter. 5th gen fighter is F-22 and F-35. So I just want to confirm as well, in case if sometime if I say something, it's my hobby to confirm. These news agencies are So CNN is still confirming USS is still confirming that the Qatari negotiators are still in Iran. That's what CNN is confirming. I'll show you. That's CNN's news article written by Mustafa Salim. A Qatari delegation that traveled Wednesday morning to Tehran to meet the Iranian negotiators is still in the country. A diplomatic source with the knowledge of the matter told CNN as the US launched a new round of strikes against Iran. The source told CNN earlier that the negotiations were in Iran following consultation with the US to meet with the Iranians in an effort to bridge the remaining gaps. State-run Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting reported that the visit would include discussion on ties between two countries as well as an exchange of views on the latest development in what it describes as a diplomatic process aimed at ending the US-imposed war against Iran. So I am a bit skeptical on this report. I don't think that there's going to be any negotiator right now. That's what I believe. United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres has released a small statement regarding Gaza. Let me check whether just 16 minutes ago. He did not mention anything about the US-Iran war. He just mentioned about the Gaza. There's no new information by any Iranian official. So meharnews.com is sharing some information, but why it's not coming here? Go to there. Nothing is coming out of IRGC's website. I'm surprised. And everybody's claiming I'm not sure how they are claiming. There is no, I'm pretty sure there's not going to be any open source for sure, but that does not mean that you cannot. Let me check which 2 ships have been targeted. I think there's going to be some news. I think there's going to be some news. So they confirmed it, Israel, that they are not part of this negotiation. There are some videos circulating. US officials are denying that there are any skirmishes at sea between US and IRGC Navy despite Iranian claims. So US officials are denying this report. There is a footage from Kashm Island in the state of Hormuz, where you can listen to the sound of US fighter jets. One sec. This is the sound of American fighter planes from Kashm Island. Okay, there's another news by IRIB, Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. They are confirming it. Both ships were oil tankers. Both ships were oil tankers. IRIB is confirming this. Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. If I'm going to get some more information, I will definitely share it with you. But this is the latest information. Both ships were oil tankers. Both ships were oil tankers. Let me just check this. If someone is confirming. There are one more video which I'm going to share here. It says American fighter jets are hovering over Iranian airspace. There are some videos. I just need to confirm it before I played it for you. I just need to confirm it. I am looking for Kuwait and UAE's news outlets as well. Because just in case if just few minutes ago, Defense Minister of Israel, his name is Israel Katz. He gave a statement. One sec. He gave a statement against Iran where he was saying that IDF is prepared to strike Iran with great force. But now some news organizations are claiming that Israel is not a part of this attack. So this what Israel Katz, the defense minister of Israel, has said few hours ago.
מכובדיי, המזרח התיכון משתנה לנגד עינינו.
It's in Hebrew.
בימים אלו ממש אנחנו רואים
Let me just
בגאווה
check if
רבה
I can find the
את לוחמינו
English
הגיבורים
subtitles for this.
פועלים בעומק לבנון.
Let me just check if I can find the English subtitles, because let me check. Yes, there is a news organization which shares the part of this clip, and they have the subtitles. One sec. You can see yourself.
אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף את מחבלי החיזבאללה. אנחנו
we continue to strike
ממשיכים לתקוף את מחבלי
We continue to strike Hezbollah terrorists wherever they are
בכל מקום
to ensure the
לטובת
security of
ביטחון
northern
יישובי
Israeli
הצפון
communities
ומדינת
and state of
ישראל,
Israel.
ודוחים על הסף את איומי איראן ושניסיונה לקשור בין הזירות. אסור לנו לחשוב שהמלאכה תמה, המערכה מול איראן רחוקה מלהסתיים. אם איראן תתקוף את ישראל, היא תספוג מהלומה קשה, כפי שעשינו לפני מספר ימים. צה"ל ערוך לתקוף בעוצמה רבה באיראן.
So IDF, that's what he's saying. The IDF is ready. IDF is prepared to strike Iran with the great force. IDF is prepared to strike with great force in Iran. That's what Mr. Israel Katz, the defense minister of Israel, has said few hours ago. And now the Israeli officials, some media outlets are claiming that Israel is not part of this investigation, this operation. Let me show you. There are certain other videos. So many news. It's very hard to confirm the authenticity of the news. There's so much AI play right now happening. People are just, dropping different videos which are AI generated. So it's very hard to figure out which one is AI generated and which one is the real news. I think US Central Command. Okay, fine. US Central Command, they just posted something. They said the Strait of Hormuz, the claim that Strait of Hormuz is closed is false. Amazing. Amazing. That's what US Central Command is saying. Commercial ships are continuing to transit in and out of Strait of Hormuz tonight. That's what they said. It's very interesting. As I said, it's a psychological war. So it's commercial ships. It says commercial ships. US Central Command just posted this. Then the question is, which two vessels has been targeted, which IRIB and Tehran Times is reporting? It's a big news. Or it's a fact check, I should say. That's what US Central Command is claiming. Because if they know that, or if they are sure that the transit is going through right now, they should have sent a video or evidence. That's just a claim. That's just a claim. So it's interesting now that both sides are. Let me just check. There must be a reply from the Iranian side as well. From Iranian side, more than the officials or the politicians, it's the media which is playing, as a party. Or maybe that's also one of the parties as well. So US Central Command now pushes back on HORMUZ closure claim. They're saying commercial ships still transiting. Let me put this here. Let me put this here. Commercial ships still transiting. That's what CENTCOM said. There's a reporter in Fox News. His name is Trey Yingst. 30 minutes ago, he posted this. Exactly 30 minutes ago. He said, President Trump called from the Situation Room. We spoke for 15 minutes, reporting on our conversation and few minutes on Fox News. So when I'm checking Fox News, there is no information updated yet. There's no information yet. So basically, US Fox News, what is Fox News saying? So what did he told Trey Yingst, the chief foreign correspondent? Let me just play here for you guys. One sec. One sec. This is what he said. So it's on their website now. Let me just check.
President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoys Kushner and Witkoff. The president giving new insight into what is taking place as we speak. There is an ongoing bombing campaign against the Iranian regime. The president tells Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles were used to hit targets inside of Iran, some of them as close as 40 miles from the Iranian capital of Tehran. The president said that U.S. fighter jets are also operating over the skies of Iran, taking out radar systems and air defense systems in the southwestern part of the country, close to the Persian Gulf. This is all taking place as the Iranians are trying to get the United States to stop the bombing campaign. President Trump told me that Iran called him tonight. Top Iranian officials and President Trump spoke directly, according to the commander-in-chief tonight, as the president was sitting in the Situation Room. And he told me that the Iranians asked them to stop bombing. And the president said to me, the bombing will stop shortly. I asked him what will happen if the Iranians do not sign an agreement that was put forward by American negotiators. President Trump said, quote, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. And so the president is leaving the military option on the table if the Iranians are unwilling to sign this good faith deal that would ultimately open the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that they cannot advance a nuclear program toward a nuclear bomb. That is the bottom line here that President Trump has reiterated over and over again. The reason Operation Epic Fury began was
Trump says bombing will stop shortly. 49 Tomahawk missiles were used. 49. Bombing will stop shortly. That's what Trump is claiming via Fox News. Let's listen.
To prevent the Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I asked the president if the ceasefire is over. He told me this was the most violated ceasefire in the history of the world. He also spoke about the broader situation, and Vice President J.D. Vance also spoke momentarily. The phone at one point was on speaker, and the vice president talked about how this negotiating team has dealt with the Iranians, understanding that they have to deal with both moderates and more extreme voices inside of Iran, ultimately to get a deal done. And as the president has told me previously and tonight reiterated, the Iranians understand force. And that is the president's thinking, launching these new strikes tonight, much heavier than what we saw last night, again, sending a message to the Iranian regime that they're either going to sign on the dotted line or this bombing campaign is going to continue. The president told Fox News, we've hit them hard tonight. And again, he went on to say that he spoke directly with top Iranian officials in Tehran who asked him to stop the bombing. The president is optimistic that a deal can be reached here, but again, he is reserving the military option. And again, tonight, the latest numbers that we have, according to President Trump, who spoke exclusively with Fox News from the Situation Room, 49 Tomahawk missiles, fighter jets over the skies of Iran, and the U.S. military hammering the Iranian regime, sending a message to those in Tehran that they have two options here. Either the war returns and they get hammered on the battlefield, or ultimately they sign this deal that was presented by American negotiators. Laura?
Trey, do I have this wrong, or was that the first time at least we learned about the president himself having direct contact with an Iranian official?
At this level, yes. And the president even clarified he is talking with top Iranian officials. And this gives you a sense of how involved President Trump is in getting a deal done. And remember, we saw something very similar when his special envoys, Kushner and Witkoff, went to Egypt, and they were able to get a deal to end the war between Israel and Gaza, and Israel and Hamas. And it was a deal that the region said couldn't be done. And the president got directly involved to get it across the finish line. And he is doing that here tonight. One other note, I asked the president, are the Israelis involved in this bombing campaign? He said, no, they are not. Certainly the Israeli military remains on high alert, as does the U.S. military. There are more than 50,000 U.S. forces across the region. And again, many of those forces involved tonight in this bombing campaign of the Iranian regime. 49 Tomahawk missiles, fighter jets over the skies of Iran, and a message with bombs signed on the dotted line, or the war continues. Laura?
Trey, it's clear he's impatient. He thinks these negotiations have stalled.
He's impatient. That's what it said. She said. Let me just coming back. One second. I'll be back. 1 second. Let me just figure out something else as well. Just 1 second. That's a big information. I mean, if we believe on this, if I believe on this, it's hard to believe sometimes because Donald Trump is saying something else and doing something else. But this is a big news. 49 Tomahawks launched, US fighter jets active over Iran. That's really a big news otherwise. I mean, let me just post it. Then what we can do is I can play this once again just for the reference. Just for the reference. What I believe is I want to check the oil market as well. So Trey Youngst is the chief foreign correspondent of Fox News. He is the one who claims that he spoke to US President Donald Trump. And he is claiming that 49 Tomahawk missiles fired. 1 second. Unleashed 49 Tomahawk missiles during US operation over Iran. That's what Fox News is reporting right now. That's what Fox News is reporting. 1 sec. That's the big one. That's really big one. 1 second. Let me just put this over here. And I'm going to play the Trey Young's, if I'm pronouncing his name right, his news report once again.
Yeah, Laura, good evening. I just spoke with President Trump, who is currently in the Situation Room with Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoys Kushner and Witkoff. The president giving new insight into what is taking place as we speak. There is an ongoing bombing campaign against the Iranian regime. The president tells Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles were used to hit targets inside of Iran, some of them as close as 40 miles from the Iranian capital of Tehran. The president said that U.S. fighter jets are also operating over the skies of Iran, taking out radar systems and air defense systems in the southwestern part of the country, close to the Persian Gulf. This is all taking place as the Iranians are trying to get the United States to stop the bombing campaign. President Trump told me that Iran called him tonight. Top Iranian officials and President Trump spoke directly, according to the commander-in-chief tonight, as the president was sitting in the Situation Room. And he told me that the Iranians asked them to stop bombing. And the president said to me, the bombing will stop shortly. I asked him what will happen if the Iranians do not sign an agreement that was put forward by American negotiators. President Trump said, quote, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. And so the president is leaving the military option on the table if the Iranians are unwilling to sign this good faith deal that would ultimately open the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that they cannot advance a nuclear program toward a nuclear bomb. That is the bottom line here that President Trump has reiterated over and over again. The reason Operation Epic Fury began was to prevent the Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I asked the president if the ceasefire is over. He told me this was the most violated ceasefire in the history of the world. He also spoke about the broader situation. And Vice President J.D. Vance also spoke momentarily. The phone at one point was on speaker, and the vice president talked about how this negotiating team has dealt with the Iranians, understanding that they have to deal with both moderates and more extreme voices inside of Iran, ultimately to get a deal done. And as the president has told me previously and tonight reiterated, the Iranians understand force. And that is the president's thinking, launching these new strikes tonight, much heavier than what we saw last night, again, sending a message to the Iranian regime that they're either going to sign on the dotted line or this bombing campaign is going to continue. The president told Fox News, we've hit them hard tonight. And again, he went on to say that he spoke directly with top Iranian officials in Tehran who asked him to stop the bombing. The president is optimistic that a deal can be reached here, but again, he is reserving the military option. And again, tonight, the latest numbers that we have, according to President Trump, who spoke exclusively with Fox News from the Situation Room, 49 Tomahawk missiles, fighter jets over the skies of Iran, and the U.S. military hammering the Iranian regime, sending a message to those in Tehran that they have two options here. Either the war returns and they get hammered on the battlefield, or ultimately they sign this deal that was presented by American negotiators. Laura?
Trey, do I have this wrong, or was that the first time at least we learned about the president himself having direct contact with an Iranian official?
At this level, yes. And the president even clarified he is talking with top Iranian officials. And this gives you a sense of how involved President Trump is in getting a deal done. And remember, we saw something very similar when his special envoys, Kushner and Witkoff, went to Egypt, and they were able to get a deal to end the war between Israel and Gaza, and Israel and Hamas. And it was a deal that the region said couldn't be done. And the president got directly involved to get it across the finish line. And he is doing that here tonight. One other note, I asked the president, are the Israelis involved in this bombing campaign? He said, no, they are not. Certainly the Israeli military remains on high alert, as does the U.S. military. There are more than 50,000 U.S. forces across the region. And again, many of those forces involved tonight in this bombing campaign of the Iranian regime, 49 Tomahawk missiles, fighter jets over the skies of Iran, and a message with bombs, sign on the dotted line or the war continues. Laura?
Trey, it's clear he's impatient. He thinks these negotiations have stalled. He doesn't like to be jerked around on this stuff. And he's like, I'm going to get it done. That's just the way he is with everything, to your point. He's like, I'm done here. I'll do it. I know how to do it. Let me take over. Seems like that's what the president is doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've talked with the president a number of times since Operation Epic Fury began. And he has extended an olive branch to the Iranian regime time and time again. And they've not taken it. Remember, when we rewind here to before Operation Epic Fury began, this is very important, a very important point here. The opening position of the Iranian regime to U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is that they had enough highly enriched uranium at 60% purity, just a step away from weapons grade, to create 11 nuclear bombs. And so the president took them at their word and ultimately launched this operation that followed up on the bombing campaign last summer during Operation Midnight Hammer that destroyed Iranian nuclear facilities. Because remember the process here in terms of getting that uranium ore turned into this highly enriched material that can be used for weapons. It's a process that was taking place inside of Iran, turning that yellow cake into hexafluoride gas, spinning that gas in centrifuges, these advanced centrifuges that the Iranians had many of, and then creating a higher and higher form of highly enriched uranium, this pure uranium that can be used in a nuclear weapon. And the Iranians were burying these programs deep underground and then telling the world that they were not pursuing a nuclear bomb. And the question that the American negotiators had for the regime, why do you have to bury these programs deep underground if you're using them for civilian purposes? And remember, the Americans gave them every opportunity in terms of the fuel and the opportunities at the negotiating table to make a good faith deal time and time again. And ultimately, it's led to this moment right now where the president is using the U.S. military as leverage. And another important point here, he has economic leverage on the Iranian regime. Right now, as we speak, the Iranians are not only taking Tomahawk missile fire and fighter jets over the skies of their country, the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports continues. U.S. Central Command says more than 137 vessels have been turned around since this blockade went into effect. And let's break down the numbers here. We're talking about a decrease of 90% of Iranian exports. They're currently extracting crude oil at about 50%. This
IRIB is Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. They just shared a small information in few words. This one, exclusive. IRIB citing a senior official, Trump's claim that Iranian officials contacted him is a complete lie. Is a complete lie. That's what IRIB is citing right now, quoting right now a senior official. Trey Youngst just mentioned that Donald Trump told him that he has a word with of senior officials in Iran, and now IRIB is clearly citing a senior official and rejecting or denying the Trump's claim by saying that it's a complete lie. I'm surprised. Is there anyone we can believe now or don't know? I mean, this is seriously going. Situation is not very clear. Just one sec. So IRIB categorically mentioned that Trump's claim that Iranian officials contacted him is a complete lie. Let me just open their other account. Okay. There's another page, Iran in English. That's what they are saying. So as I said, it can be a propaganda. I mean, we can believe this. This can be a propaganda for sure. This one. For those who don't want to believe the lies, the Strait of Hormuz is 39 kilometers wide, but only 9 kilometers of it is deep enough for large ships to pass through. You don't need binoculars to see them from the coasts and islands of Iran. That's what they are saying. So they are challenging basically the US authorities now. Everybody's fact-checking. Everyone is fact-checking now. Let me check on IRIB. So IRIB on their Telegram channel, what they are saying is, on their Telegram channel, after Iran's, one sec. After Iran's armed forces forced a US fighter jet to retreat and the Strait of Hormuz was closed again, Trump backed down once more. Trump to Fox News, the bombing of Iran will stop soon. Israelis had no role in the attack. That's what they are claiming. This is that's a propaganda war, for sure. I mean, I can believe this. That's a propaganda war. But I want to be cautious enough to give you all the information from most of the sources which I can research. That's what is happening. I mean, if you look at the American media, the Western media, and if you look at the Middle Eastern media, there is a gap in the reporting, there's a gap in the claims, there's a pushback in the claims. There's another claim has been made by CENTCOM. One second. First, CENTCOM shared this, that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, but the truth is commercial ships are continuing to transit in and out of the Strait of Hormuz tonight. Now what they are claiming is, just one sec. They just posted a new information, which is this. Iranian media sources are claiming that Iran has attacked a US warship in the Strait of Hormuz. False. No US warships have been struck. I don't think anybody said that any US warship has been struck. I haven't seen anywhere. I don't know where they are getting this story from. I don't know if somebody made any claim of hitting a warship. What did they say? I mean, let me just check once again. 2 ships attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz were hit. That's what the Iranian Navy said. 2 ships attempting to, and after a few times they said they were oil tankers. So I don't think anybody made any kind of claim of hitting a US warship. I'm not sure. Maybe I am missing something, but I haven't heard this. I haven't reported this as well. That's what US Central Command is saying. That's what IRIB is saying. That's what Iran in English is saying. Tasneem News is reporting that multiple explosions heard at American bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. I can't confirm until unless I have the confirmation from Bahrain or Kuwait. Let me check. See, this was shared by IRIB. Both ships were oil tankers. Iranian Navy, when they claimed 2 ships attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz were hit. Both ships were oil tankers. So now they are claiming that Iranian media sources are claiming that Iran has attacked the US warship in the Strait of Hormuz. False. Propaganda war. It's more than a just 1 second, guys. There's another information I'm getting. 1 second. There are some news organizations. Those are claiming that Iran attacked Kuwait. But I let me check. I think it's once again, as I said, it's a psychological war, or maybe US is trying to create maximum leverage before they return to the negotiating table. That's what I can see right now. Because if you look at this message by the IRGC, claiming the Iranian or quoting the Iranian Navy, the 2 ships attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz were hit. And IRIB, the Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting, said both ships were oil tankers. They categorically mentioned that. And now US Central Command is saying that Iranian media sources are claiming that Iran has attacked the US warship in the Strait of Hormuz. It's false. I think the US is just trying to maximize its leverage before returning to the negotiating table. So 49 Tomahawk missiles. That's what Trey Yingst from Fox News has claimed. He said he spoke to President Donald Trump. Some are saying Iran launched a hypersonic missile, but I can't see. Let me just check Kuwait. What is Kuwaiti army or Kuwaiti? Nothing. So seems like there's no information for Kuwait. They have from yesterday, they have a message that General Staff of the Kuwaiti Army announces the Kuwaiti Air Defense System are currently intercepting hostile aerial targets in accordance with the approved operational procedures. But nothing for today. Let me check UAE. UAE. Oh, Ministry of Defense of UAE. Nothing. They haven't mentioned anything as well. That means the things are safe there as well. See, this is a war of psychology right now. Everybody is claiming everything and nothing is coming out really. With full-fledged of energy, Trey Yingst just claimed that 49 Tomahawk missiles have been launched. Let me bring that gentleman back and listen to his statement once again.
Yeah, Laura, good evening. I just spoke with President Trump, who is currently in the Situation Room with Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoys Kushner and Witkoff. The president giving new insight into what is taking place as we speak. There is an ongoing bombing campaign against the Iranian regime. The president tells Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles were used to hit targets inside of Iran, some of them as close as 40 miles from the Iranian capital of Tehran. The president said that U.S. fighter jets are also operating over the skies of Iran, taking out radar systems and air defense systems in the southwestern part of the country, close to the Persian Gulf. This is all taking place as the Iranians are trying to get the United States to stop the bombing campaign. President Trump told me that Iran called him tonight. Top Iranian officials and President Trump spoke directly, according to the commander-in-chief tonight, as the president was sitting in the Situation Room. And he told me that the Iranians asked them to stop bombing. And the president said to me, the bombing will stop shortly. I asked him what will happen if the Iranians do not sign an agreement that was put forward by American negotiators. President Trump said, quote, we'll bomb the S out of them.
We bombed the S out of them
Tomorrow night. And so the president is leaving the military option on the table if the Iranians are unwilling to sign this good faith deal that would ultimately open the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that they cannot advance a nuclear program toward a nuclear bomb. That is the bottom line here that President Trump has reiterated over and over again.
So this is what Fox News is claiming. This is what Fox News is claiming. Now let me just take you to one sec, guys. Sorry. It's been 8 hours and 26 minutes. So I'm just a bit, not tired, but not that energy. So Al Jazeera News, what they are claiming. Let me just show you. I just shared it with you that, sorry. They say Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, but commercial ships are continuing to transit in and out of the Strait of Hormuz tonight. But let me just show you what Al Jazeera is saying. We're going to listen to the both sides. This is what Al Jazeera is saying.
Iran's military central command has announced the full closure of the Strait of Hormuz. In a statement, it said the following: from this moment, due to insecurity in the region, the Strait of Hormuz is declared closed for the passage of all types of vessels, including oil tankers and commercial ships, and any passage will be targeted. America's claim of ships passing through the said strait is denied. Iran's military central command has announced the full closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
So most of the big news agencies are claiming this. They are quoting that Iranian media is reporting that 2 people have been injured in Minab from US latest strikes. 2 people from the village of Kourgan in the city of Minab were injured by shrapnel from US munitions. Nothing is coming out right now. There are reports, TV reports coming out from Iran, but they are in Persian language. I don't know Persian language. I can play them, but I don't know if I can get them translated from somewhere or somehow. So Fars News Agency is claiming this now. It's 4 minutes ago. Just 4 minutes ago, they're claiming this. They're claiming this. Drone attack by the army on the US 5th Fleet in Bahrain following the terrorist American army's aggression against the south of the country. The 5th Fleet of this country in Bahrain came under drone attack by the army. And then they said IRGC 18 key targets belong to the evil army of America was struck in 2 operational waves. 18 key targets belonging to the evil army of America at Ali Al Salem Air Base and Ahmad Al Jaber Air Base, as well as Sheikh Isa Air Base, were struck and destroyed. 18 key targets. That's what Fars News is claiming. But I don't think Iran has made any kind of activity or any retaliation in the region. Some reports are coming that and they are coming through the flight trackers that 10 US Air Force refuelers, airbornes were hovering over Gulf. 2 Navy P-8 Poseidon maritime patrol planes working the water below. So they are refueling the fighter jets. That's what some reports are claiming right now. The SNEEM News Agency, Meher News Agency, they are not updating right now. There's no new information. There is no other information. There is no other new information, I must say. Most of the information which right now on social media, there are so many videos are AI generated. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, he just posted something. Some media, some independent reporters are claiming that US air bases in Kuwait and Bahrain have been under attack. But I don't have any information. And I will not post any information without confirming at least from 2 to 3 sources. This is what Antonio Guterres said, the Secretary General of United Nations. The Middle East is being pulled deeper into crisis, and the consequences reach far beyond the region. This week has brought wider attacks and further deterioration, where the ceasefire is more like a lesser fire. We should not minimize the risk of lesser fire becoming full fire. All parties must work towards a diplomatic settlement. No more attacks, no more excuses. It's more like a wordplay. Ceasefire, lesser fire, full fire. United Nations Secretary General. This is the latest information. Let me check Bahrain. There is anything from Bahrain. Okay. Yes. In Bahrain, just 1 second, guys. There is the news from Bahrain. It's confirmed. That is from Ministry of Interior of Bahrain. Let me just take you directly to that page. Ministry of Bahrain. Ministry of Interior in Bahrain. Ministry of Interior, the official account of the Ministry of Interior of the Kingdom of Bahrain. What are they claiming? 9 minutes ago, it said the alarm sirens has been activated. Citizens and residents are requested to remain calm, head to the nearest safe location, and follow updates through official channels. The siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe places. So this what they have posted 9 minutes ago. This is what they have posted. No other information. That's by Ministry of Bahrain. Ministry of Interior, Kingdom of Bahrain. That's the latest information by the Ministry of Interior, Kingdom of Bahrain. So they have, that means there is something going on in Bahrain. There is something going on in Bahrain. That's what the latest news is. But I haven't heard anything. So Iranian embassy from India is claiming that's the Iranian consulate in India, in Hyderabad. What it claims, I'll show you. That's the official. That's the official page of Iranian consulate, the Consulate General of Islamic Republic of Iran in Hyderabad, India. They posted this. Iranian army drone attack against the US 5th Fleet in Bahrain following the invasion of the US terrorist army to the south of the country. The country's 5th Fleet in Bahrain were targeted by army drone attacks. In this wave of army drone attacks, the communication antennas and radar installations of the Patriot system of the 5th Fleet were targeted. The Iranian army announced that alongside other armed forces, it is ready to confront the enemy to the death and will not stop until the aggressor regime is punished. Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand, I think she is scheduled to visit Bahrain this week. So this one is an old video. There's another video. Because even yesterday, because even yesterday they claimed on the official account of Bahrain's defense forces, they haven't mentioned anything. They haven't mentioned anything on there. But this is confirmed. Okay, so Al Jazeera is quoting Tasneem news agency in their report, and they're saying that let me post it here. It's the same information which I shared just a few minutes ago by the Fars news agency, that targeted 18 installations at bases hosting US forces. I think I have shared this information via Fars news. Yes, I have shared this information. I have already shared. I have already shared this information. Yeah, I already shared with you the Fars news agency, IRGC. 18 key targets belonging to the evil army of America was struck. The same has been reported by the Al Jazeera by quoting the Iran's IRGC and Tasneem news agency. Iran's IRGC says that its aerospace forces and navy have carried out a two-wave operational strike against US forces in the region. The Tasneem news agency reports the attack launched in retaliation for earlier US strikes on Iran targeted 18 key installations at bases hosting US forces. IRIB is not showing anything. What is happening in the Middle East? Let me check if there is some information on Bahrain on Telegram or some other channels. Even last night, there were some attacks on Bahrain and some other places. Let me check. So what Sky News is reporting right now, Sky News, what they have reported a few minutes ago, the Iranian military has for the second night in a row targeted the US Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain. It was attacked using drone in response to tonight's strike by US in the southern Iran, including in the Sirik and Bandar Abbas areas. Air raid sirens have been sounded in Bahrain. The country's interior ministry has announced it is looking like we could well be in for something of a rerun of Tuesday's night tit-for-tat strikes, which saw US military bases across Middle East targeted. The map below shows where it all unfolded. So it's showing UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, Jordan. These are the areas, if I believe the reporting of Sky News. That's what Sky News is saying. One sec. That's Sky News. That's their article. There is a message which has been posted by Tasneem News Agency. Just 1 second. That's very important. That's a very big news. So, I mean, if I look at this, it's a big news. It's a big news. For sure, it's a big news. It's a big news. Let me just share it with you. I mean, just only 1 minute. So there's a new information. There is a new information As there's a new information. This came from, one sec, it's not from the sky. IRGC just shared this poster. One sec, not this one, this one. IRGC just shared this poster, War Message Center, from War Message Center. This poster, Iranian IRGC. And what this poster is saying, let me show you. Tasneem News Agency shared this poster with this information. It's in Persian, so it's just 1 minute ago. That's what the translation part. IRGC Aerospace Force Commander, you want to make the sacred Strait of Hormuz unsafe? We will turn the region into hell for you. This is the response to the Americans' audacity in the region. God willing. This poster has been shared by Tasneem News Agency just 1 minute ago. Just a minute ago. Just 1 minute ago. This poster has also been shared by IRIB. Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. They also shared the same poster. Both sides, both the parties are claiming different stories. One is saying north, one is saying south. It's totally different to believe. It's totally different to believe. That's why I'm saying you have to make sure whatever information you are conceiving should be from an authenticated source with some evidence. There are some videos coming right now. Those are just very small video, 1 second video. I don't think, as I said, I can't even confirm the authenticity of those reports. There are certain informations which are very hard to confirm. So there's another breaking news. US Central Command just posted this. US Central Command just posted this information on their website, claiming US forces complete latest strike in Iran. So That's done deal now. Let's see what kind of response now. So I have to share it with you. Just give me 1 second. 1 second, guys. I just have to post it on my media. That's breaking news for now. That's a breaking news. And let me share it with you directly from their page. Yes. Let me share it with you from directly from their page where they give this information, where they're giving this information, in fact. So US Central Command just announced that US forces complete latest strikes in Iran. US Central Command forces just completed additional self-defense strike against multiple targets in Iran June 10th at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. CENTCOM forces launched strikes on Iranian military surveillance capabilities, communication systems, and air defense sites across Iran. US Marine Corps, Air Force, and Navy assets fired precision munitions on Iranian targets that posed a threat to US forces and international commercial ships transiting regional waters. The strikes are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. US forces remain vigilant, lethal, and ready. They also showed 24-second video, which is from USS Michael Murphy DDG-112 launches Tomahawk cruise missile in support of self-defense strike against Iran today. It's a US Navy's video. This video has been shared by United Central Command. This is 24-second video, which is showing the Tomahawk missiles deployed in Middle Eastern region. So US military basically completed their second wave. There's the same, I think, loop of one of the Tomahawk missile which was being fired towards Iran. So they completed, the US military completes its second wave of strikes on Iran. Seems like there's going to be another start of another conflict soon between Turkey and Israel. Between Turkey and Israel. Mark my words. There's going to be a new conflict. There's no other information right now, so they completed for now. Let's see how the other side reacts to this. It's been more than 9 hours for me, so I'm just going to take a leave, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for joining me, and my humble request to all of you, whether you are watching me on X, YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram, on News Derby, or it's Sam Online, please share, like, and subscribe. Please subscribe. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. And please do send any opinion or any feedback you have. Thank you so much.